game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey listener, welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets!
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Folks in Huntington Beach, California remain on edge. Police are still investigating whether a South American theft group is posing as tourists in the area. ABC's Elwin Lopez has more from Los Angeles.
Officials are searching for a theft ring responsible for millions of dollars stolen in a wave of break-ins.
They got in through the second floor window. Was into a bathroom, went into the master bedroom, broke our safes out of the wall, and took the safes with them.
Police saying they believe many of the burglaries may be connected. The sheriff's office in Ventura County saying it saw 100 cases like this last year alone. Huntington Beach police say there have been nearly 30 burglaries in the Huntington Harbor area. Authorities now bolstering patrols there.
A single-engine plane crashed into a multifamily home near a regional airport in Keene, New Hampshire Friday evening, killing everyone on board. No word on how many people died. Authorities say no one on the ground was hurt, despite parts of the home erupting into flames. The FAA is investigating. Thousands of police officers from across the country paying tribute to 2 police officers in Bristol, Connecticut who were shot and killed during an apparent ambush. Sergeant Detective Thomas Coleman traveled from Chicago.
I came this far to pay my respects to the 2 officers that were murdered senselessly.
Authorities believe the officers, Dustin DeMonte and Alex Hamzy, were lured into the suspect's home by a phony 911 call. The suspect was then shot and killed by another officer moments after the attack. This is ABC News.
Doors are being slammed in your face, and bad credit is holding you back from buying a house, a car, even getting a credit card. $99 can put your credit back to 720 or higher. That's right, just $99 per credit bureau. Bankruptcy, tax liens, judgments, and even late pays can be removed from credit reports by calling Ray's Webinar. We'll recalculate your personal credit score and rebuild your personal credit. Call now, 800-391-6649. 800-391-6649.
Dave Packer.
It's time for Lancer Football on KYNC and KYNTV. Lancer Football is brought to you by
Aztec, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Vision Real Estate, Yankton Medical Clinic, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Slumberland, Sherco, Pizza Ranch, Marlowe Woodward and Huff LLC, The Meat Lodge, Gertzner Oil, Explorers Credit Union, Conklin Distributing, Avera, Elwood Dental, Checkers, Dakota Archery, First Chiropractic, First Dakota National Bank, Hy-Vee, Kopetsky's Ace Hardware, JJ Benji's, Midco, Midwest Striping, Northtown Automotive, Olson Pest Technicians, RB Grill House and Bar, Signtech, MT and RC Smith Insurance, Vision Care Associates, Winston Ray, Vision Insurance Group, and H&R Block.
Now let's go to the field with KYNC color analyst Tehl Tanner and the voice of Mount Marty University Lancer Football, Steve Thum.
It is Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. We are broadcasting live from Crane-Youngworth Field here in Yankton on a gorgeous, sunny, warm, late October afternoon. The Mount Marty Lancers playing host to Big Bad Morningside, the #1 team in the nation and the defending national champions. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride here today. And one of the things we have to talk about right at the top of the program, the weather. You don't expect a high temperature in the low 80s in late October. Currently it's about 70 degrees, sunshine, very little wind. We're expecting a high of 83 degrees considering it was down in the teens on Monday and Tuesday. It has just been a wild roller coaster, but hey, I'm glad we got the nice weather here this weekend today here in Yankton.
Yeah, it's absolutely nice weather. We've got the cooling mist fans going on the sideline here. I didn't think we were going to see those again this season. It's late October. It's October 22nd. That is crazy. That is 70 degrees right now, and it's going to get into the 80s before this game is done. That's something that's definitely we're going to have to look at, as you said, is the weather, because it's going to get even hotter throughout this broadcast and throughout this game. It's going to be interesting to
and
watch.
by a significant amount, so you wonder if cramps may come into play for both teams on the field here today. The field turf surface here at Crane-Youngworth Field. A gorgeous day and a tough opponent for the Lancers today. The number 1 team in the land, the defending national champions. They're just coming off a win against Jamestown, 59-7. They were up 49-7 at the half. They were in control of that game pretty much throughout. Last year, the Lancers had to go down to Sioux City and play the Mustangs. That was back on the 18th of September, 2021, and Morningside won that game 56-7. Although that was a relatively close game for the first half, the Lancers were struggling on offense, but their defense played very well in the first half, and then the Morningside machine got rolling in the second half and turned it into the 56-7 victory. But the Lancers defensively in the first half last year played very well against arguably, the best team in the country, but also the top offense in the country, and the Mustangs averaging this year, they're down a little bit. They're only averaging 52 points per game.
Only averaging 52 points a game. I love it every time you say that. Only 52 points a game. They're only the number 1 team in the nation. But for Morningside, crazy enough, as you said, that's a down year. That's so weird that it's down. But I was looking at the schedule, and I think this could be part of it. They started off with number 3 Northwestern. Then they had number 21 Dordt. They played Briarcliff. Then they had number 17 Midland, and Hastings, who is 6-2 or 5-2 on the season right now. So they had the top 4 teams outside of themselves in the GPAC in their first 5 games. That could be part of why their points per game average is a little bit down. Now they get into their final couple of games. They get Mount Marty, Dakota Wesleyan, Doane, and Concordia teams in terms of standings toward the low bottom of the GPAC right now. So I think that could be part of it as well.
Yeah, the Mustang schedule was front-loaded as far as tough teams, and they had that thrilling win over Northwestern to start off 30-29. Meanwhile, the Lancers coming off a disappointing loss at Bulldog Stadium, otherwise known as the House of Horrors in Seward, Nebraska. Many a team's dreams have been dashed at that stadium. 47-24 the final score here. The Lancers, again, for the second game in a row, were up by 9 points at the end of the first quarter. The second quarter, some bad things happened. A fumble, a scoop in the score. Jonah Miyazawa hurt on that play. He is going to play today, but that started the ball rolling, and the Bulldogs just rallied from there, had a lead at halftime, and they never looked back in posting the 47-24 victory. And Tehl, the main story coming out of that contest, injuries for the Lancers.
It really was. Injuries for the Lancers just kind of ran rampant through the entire program. Some of the players out today. They're missing a couple offensive line and defensive linemen. They're missing running backs. And the biggest one, by far, Ken Gay, the starting quarterback, has been battling right shoulder over the past couple weeks. He's not going to play today. Their Lancers are without their starting quarterback.
So Clayton Byer gets the nod today, the freshman from Placerville, California, and he'll be able to tell his grandkids someday, hey, my first college start was against the number 1 team in the nation and the defending national champions. Talk about being thrown into the fire. Clayton, 2 for 5 in that last game, and he has 1 touchdown on the year. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more as we examine the teams a little bit later on. This is the Lancer pregame show brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. We're going to hear from both coaches, and earlier this week, Tehl Tanner had a chance to meet one of the Lancer players. Who did you interview this week?
Yeah, I was able to speak with Drew Pendleton, leads the Lancers in tackles, sacks, and tackles for loss. He's their middle linebacker, the signal caller of the defense. Certainly one of the pillars of this Mount Marty program. We spoke with him this week. I didn't get a lot of time with him. We were pretty quick, but it was a pretty good talk.
We invite you to stick around for that. But coming up before that, we'll get the look at the entire picture of the Great Plains Athletic Conference. It is the GPAC Saturday Football Report with the Commissioner, Corey Westra. That's coming up after this 2-minute timeout. This is the Lancer pregame show. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Back in 2 minutes, right here on KYNT.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
Rooster! Hey, it's pheasant season, and Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports has what you need to bring down those birds, including a great selection of upland game gear. Everything from head to toe. Orange caps and hats, vests, gloves, coats, pants, hunting boots, and of course shotguns, gun cases, ammos, and don't forget a hunting license.
Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RV Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor,
family driven,
and a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RV Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, October 22. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference. To learn more, go to gpacsports.com or on Twitter at GPACsports. On your Football Saturday Report this week, we begin with the week number 7 GPAC Football scoreboard. Northwestern was a winner over Dordt on the road, 23-0. Dakota Wesleyan at home defeated Briar Cliff 31-24. Hastings was a winner at home over Doane 14-9. Concordia in Seward defeated Mount Marty 47-24. And Morningside wins at Jamestown 59-7 last weekend in GPAC football. Midland had the bye for week 7 of conference play. Here's your week 7 football players of the week from Hoffman America Sports. Offensively, Zach Norton, wide receiver from Morningside. Junior from Sioux Falls, accounted for 196 yards in the Mustangs win over Jamestown. 11 catches, 2 for touchdowns, averaging 17.8 yards per catch. Adam DeYoung, defensive back from Dakota Wesleyan, is the defensive player of the week. He's a junior from Watertown, South Dakota. 3 picks in Dakota Wesleyan's win over Briar Cliff. 2 of them were for touchdowns. The 3 interceptions ties the school record. He also accounted for 12 of the 31 points by himself in the victory in Mitchell last week. Kellen Meyer, the punter and kicker from Doane, is the special teams player of the week in the conference. Freshman from Ord, Nebraska, broke a Doane University record with an 86-yard punt at Hastings. 74 yards in the air. The rollout equaled 86 yards as it stopped dead at the 3-yard line. He averaged 50.6 yards per punt on the afternoon. Also 1 out of 2 on field goal attempts. And that's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview week number 8 of GPAC Football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report continues right after this. The Great Plains Athletic Conference is an affiliated conference of the NAIA. Founded in 2000, the GPAC is proud of our academic and athletic excellence. The GPAC is home to 34 NAIA national champions and boasts over 750 NAIA scholar athletes annually. To find out more about the GPAC, give us a follow on Twitter at GPAC Sports or on the web at gpacsports.com. It's week number 8 of GPAC football this Saturday, and let's jump right into the schedule of games around the conference. 5 games once again. Everything kicking off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll start in Crete. That is where Doane will host Northwestern this Saturday. Midland on the road to Mitchell, where they'll take on Dakota Wesleyan and the Tigers. Concordia is at home. The Bulldogs will host Dordt. Morningside will travel to Yankton, where they'll take on Mount Marty. And Jamestown is home this Saturday, and they will host the Broncos of Hastings College. Briar Cliff has the bye for week number 8 of GPAC football. Let's go to the updated NAIA football ratings for this week. No change for the GPAC schools. Morningside at number 1, Northwestern 4, and Midland at number 17 once again this week. In the top 5, Morningside, Grandview, Lindsey Wilson, Northwestern, and Indiana Wesleyan. Rounding out the top 10, Bethel University, College of Idaho, Benedictine, Marian University, and Reinhardt University. And that's a look at week 8 of GPAC football. For more, go to our website at gpacsports.com. Again, give us a follow on Twitter, where we are at GPAC Sports. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for October 22. I'm Corey Westra.
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Glenn Zupfer at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day. We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with a group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
Buying or selling your home is one of the biggest decisions you may make in your lifetime. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and I'm ready to help guide you with professional advice from before the listing until after the close. Not only will you get real estate knowledge, but also we provide moving boxes and an enclosed courtesy trailer to help make the move just a little easier. Call me today at 664-5555.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. First Chiropractic Centers, whole health with hands-on healing, with offices in Yankton, Scotland, Hardington, Tyndall, and Wagner.
Back in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite and Tehl Tanner, getting ready for Mount Marty and Morningside football on a Friday morning. I've got Drew Pendleton in the booth with me. Drew, the signal caller of the Mount Marty defense, leads in tackles, sacks, tackles for loss. You're having a pretty good season, Mr. Young Man. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good.
Yeah.
You just got out of class this morning, I'm assuming?
Yeah, got a class a couple minutes ago.
Had a class a couple minutes ago. What do you have this afternoon? What's your major, by the way?
Exercise science.
Exercise science. You got any more classes this afternoon?
Got another one at 2, bio.
You had a couple weeks ago, you had a Friday night game, and you had class right before that. What was that like?
Took me back to high school. I mean, it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about your eligibility. You are a senior running out of eligibility this year. How do you approach the last couple of weeks when you know your college career is coming to an end within the next couple of weeks?
I try not to pay attention to realize that my college career is coming to an end. I just try and go out there and leave everything out there since I got 4 games left, you know.
That is a good way to do it. Let's talk about the opponent coming to town this week, number 1 coming to town, Morningside. I always hear talk that when a huge opponent like this is coming to your home stadium, the kind of atmosphere in the locker room changes a little bit. It's Morningside week. Have you noticed that a little bit this week with number 1 coming to town?
Yeah, and in the locker room, we're trying to calm it down because it's not such a huge fact. Everybody shouldn't be nervous and thinking that, oh, it's Morningside, let's step it up. I think we should just keep everything the same.
As one of the leaders of this defense, I'm assuming that's one of your voices that is helping to keep everybody calm. What are you telling the guys?
It's just another game. On paper, they're number 1, but I think if you look at them individually, like talent-wise, I don't think they're nothing crazy. I think we match up very well talent-wise.
Talk about the main focus against this team as you're coming into this game with number 1. If there's one thing this defense is certainly focusing on, what is that?
I think playing a full game. I don't think our defense has played a full game. Even the 2 games that we won, I don't think we played a full game yet.
All right, I got you. Play that full game. Make sure everybody's locked in throughout 4 full quarters. I like that. Drew, you're from California, correct?
Right.
Out in California, where are you from? Los Angeles?
Los Angeles, yeah. I spent most of my time in Burbank, Glendale area.
Okay, so what's the difference between South Dakota and L.A., the biggest difference you found?
It's a lot less people. It's weird not seeing people on the streets walking around, especially like at night. It's weird. It creeps me out.
It creeps you out.
Yeah.
I like that. That's an interesting. Yeah, it's definitely different up in here, up in South Dakota. Well, Drew, thank you very much for taking the time talking with me today. Good luck against Morningside tomorrow.
Thank you.
This is the pregame show. Coors Light and Miller Lite. Drink responsibly. Take a break. Come back right after this.
You can depend on Vision Insurance Group to help you look at the big picture. Committed to helping South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, and North Dakota residents assess their immediate and long-term needs and help you choose options that will help you achieve your goals. When you want to explore options for protecting your home, personal property, or financial future, Vision Insurance Group is available to answer your questions. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com. Vision Insurance Group. Live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh is the stop to make any time of the day. Enjoy breakfast items, made-to-order sandwiches, burgers, and more from the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Daily $5 meal specials are from 11 to 7, and find convenient on-the-go meal offerings and select grocery staples including fresh produce and fresh bakery items too. There's something for everyone at Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh of Yankton.
Shop Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
And welcome back to Crane-Youngworth Field. We're about a half hour away from kickoff of today's matchup between the Mount Marty Lancers and the number one team in the land, the Morningside Mustangs. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here, getting you ready for today's football game. The pregame show brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. Whether it's either one of those fine beverages, please do drink responsibly. Tehl, when you look at the Mustangs offensively, that's the first thing you look at. People forget about their defense. We'll talk about that in a moment. But their offense has once again been a juggernaut, and it's Joe Dolenchek leading the way. The senior out of Bellevue, Nebraska, is just putting up video game numbers once again.
Video game on rookie mode is what it is. It's insane. Dolenchek, let's just read through his stats for a moment. 148 of 209 on the season. That is 70% completion percentage. 2,376 yards. That is first in the conference by a large margin. I think you're saying
in six games. In six games,
yeah,
he's thrown 2,300 yards. That's insane.
Yards. That is 27 touchdowns in 6 games to 2 picks. 2 picks to 27 touchdowns. When you look at the GPAC in terms of the passer, the yards per game, he's getting 396 yards per game. The second quarterback on that one is DJ McGarvey out of Concordia with 241. He has 254 yards more than, or 154 yards more than the next passer in the GPAC. That is insane. That's per game.
Yeah, he's just a cut above the rest, and he has been a multi-year starter. The Mustangs, the defending national champions. Their two main receivers, both out of Sioux Falls. Zach Norton, he is the reigning GPAC Offensive Player of the Week. Check out his numbers versus Jamestown last week. 11 catches, 196 yards, 2 touchdowns. 41 catches on the year. Austin Johnson, the other senior wideout, he has 45 receptions coming into today's game. Norton has caught 9 touchdown passes. Johnson has caught 11 touchdown passes. And don't forget about Josh Simmons, the backup wide receiver, with 22 catches, 1 for touchdown. Their running game is led by Ryan Cole. He's a sophomore, and he has 540 yards, 10 rushing touchdowns. When we flip the ledger and examine the defense, there's a number of returning starters on this team. Weston Schultz leads them up front with 3 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. Some guys they've shifted around. Cooper Van Segeren last year was a linebacker. This year they moved him to defensive end, and he is having a standout campaign, the senior out of Wisner, Nebraska. And Isaac Pingle and Joshua Miller lead a very active linebacker core And really, Jalen Portis, he's one of those players at the linebacker position just flies all over the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Their defense just can fly, and they're going to be facing a Mount Marty offense this week that is without their starting quarterback. Once again, Clayton Byer, the freshman quarterback out of California, is going to be getting the start today. I want to talk about Clayton Byer for a minute because
absolutely.
Clayton has entered last week's game in the fourth quarter, and through his first pass attempts of the season, of his career, he had not thrown a pass all season long. He went 2 of 5 in that game with a 55-yard touchdown pass in there as well for a total of 64 yards. But Byer's a guy who's really unknown, and to tell you how unknown he is, in Mount Marty's own program, his name is spelled wrong. They've missed out the T in his name. Clayton Byer is how he's spelled. Today is an opportunity for this young man. He's playing the number 1 team in the nation in his first ever start. Make people know your name, young man. Make them know your name today.
You got to have this attitude. Hey, if you're going after Moby Dick, bring along the tartar sauce. This is the Lancer pregame show, and we are getting set for the Mustangs versus the Lancers. And we had a chance to catch up with the head coach, Steve Ryan, of the Mustangs earlier this week. Tehl got a chance to talk to him. Steve Ryan heading into the NAIA Hall of Fame as a coach. He certainly deserves that. The outstanding record and what he's done on and off of the field for the Mustangs has been stellar, and we congratulate him on that honor. So we're going to take a 2-minute timeout right now, come back and hear from Coach Ryan. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT.
Football is back. So do you know what that means? It means Checkers is open every day of the week. That's right, you can get Checkers delicious wings daily and catch all the football action. Every Monday night, enjoy $5 cheeseburgers and fries. Grab your friends, bring your family, and head on down to Checkers. Open 11 to 11 daily. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill on Walnut, just north of 4th Street in Yankton.
First Dakota is giving away new Ford F-150s to celebrate 150 years as a South Dakota bank. We owe it to the countless customers who have trusted us with their banking since 1872. And we want to say thanks by giving back. Nominate someone you know to win a new Ford pickup or go to firstdakota.com/150. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
This is Paul Wintz with the Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service. In an effort to provide the Yankton community with the most options possible, we are constructing a brand new walk-in columbarium in the Garden of Memories Cemetery. This new and unique columbarium consists of both indoor glass front niches, where families can incorporate pictures and other special mementos, as well as outdoor granite niches personalized with a beautiful bronze nameplate. For more information, please give us a call or visit our columbarium page at wintzrayfuneralhome.com.
Weather changes can cause a small chip in your windshield to become a crack or a small crack to become even larger. So if you've got a chipped or cracked windshield, trust Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton and the all-day, everyday $249 windshield replacement. That's right. Most windshields replace with the best replacement technology and top quality materials for only $249. Don't let a chipped or cracked windshield impair your driving. Call Abra Auto Body and Glass today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81, Yankton.
Back in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember to drink responsibly. Coach Steve Ryan on the line with me out in Sioux City, Iowa, getting ready for Mount Marty and Morningside on a Friday. Coach Ryan, good morning. Thanks for taking the time.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and talk about Mount Marty and Morningside. First off, you're having a pretty good season thus far, undefeated, as you're getting things rolling. Can you just talk about your season as a whole as you go into this game week with Mount Marty?
I think we've gotten off to a pretty good start so far this year. You know, obviously from a record standpoint, undefeated is what you want, and so we've been able to do that. But as the year's gone on, I just, you know, we've been able to just maybe play ball a little bit better and just getting the guys going in one direction.
Let's talk about your offense, starting off with your quarterback himself, your returning player of the year, senior quarterback in Dolanchek, 70% completion percentage, 2,300 yards on the season with 27 touchdowns to 2 picks. This guy seems pretty special, Coach. Can you tell me about this guy?
Well, he is. Joe Dolanchek was the National Player of the Year last year as a quarterback, and he's going into his, this is his 4th year now starting for us, and he's got a career record that is just 1 loss, and so has had a chance to play in 3 national championship games. So Joe's had a lot of experience and has been through a lot of situations. And when you're a coach and you've got an experienced quarterback and one that can throw the ball as well as Joe, he just makes you a better coach.
When you have a guy like this, and once again you say it's his 4th year, COVID kind of messed everything up. Is he graduating this year?
He is. So he'll be graduating at the end of the semester, and so this is, I guess, what we call a COVID year. He's playing his free year that he got with COVID and playing it out this fall.
Well, I suppose that's good news for the rest of the GPAC, but not for Morningside. You're losing your guy you've had over the last couple of years. Talk about your future with your backup quarterbacks. Obviously, you're able to get a lot of playing time in the second half of games this year for some of your second-string guys. Does that help when kind of looking at the future?
It does. For example, when Joe was a freshman, our quarterback was a young man by the name of Trent Salzma, who was also National Player of the Year, and we'd won the national championship that year. And I think when before Joe's sophomore year, when he started for the first time, we were able to look back on his freshman year, and basically he had the playing time of a guy that already played in 3 games. So one of the advantages that we have sometimes in our situation is we just get to play a lot more guys and getting those second-team players reps. We try to do that as much as we can, so they're ready for future years.
Let's talk about your defense in terms of points per game. You're allowing only 18.2. You're facing a Mount Marty attack that has had some success this year with 24 points per game. They're averaging 357 yards per game. How are you planning to scheme against this Mount Marty offense?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do what we normally do and kind of play our defense. And I think Mount Marty's, I think it's one area that they've made a good jump in this year, just as a growing program. Is they've become very effective on offense, especially their ability to run the ball. And so, we've got to do what we can just to limit their ability to run the ball and allow them to control the ball in that regard. So it's something that we've been able to do better here in recent weeks. The last 2 weeks we've played, 2 teams in Hastings and Jamestown who predominantly get in spread formations and throw the ball. So it's going to be a good challenge for us against this Mount Marty offense.
Well, Coach, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with me today. I really appreciate it. Good luck on Saturday. Drive safe.
Awesome. Thanks for staying on top of me.
This is the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Let's take a break, come back, continue the pregame show.
Support a local business that supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, Triple Time Rudy's. At Triple Time Rudy's, you get that local friendly feel and also a unique offering of products. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers, plus quality fuel products too. Conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. Pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
Mount Marty Lancer Athletics on KYNT and KYNTV, courtesy of Michelob Ultra. Health-conscious drinkers, fitness enthusiasts, and athletes. Enjoy a light beer and keep that sleek physique you work for. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 carbs, Michelob Ultra is the superior light beer brewed with the perfect balance of Hercules hops and wholesome grains, producing a light citrus aroma and a crisp, refreshing finish. Michelob Ultra, available at your favorite place to buy beer.
You want peace of mind that you're healthy. Support your breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized breast cancer experts should you need it. Find a screening location near you at avera.org/breast.
United Way of Greater Yankton changes lives and improves our community by mobilizing people and resources to drive strategic impact in education, financial stability, and health of every person in the Greater Yankton community. United Way uplifts individuals and families every day with measurable programs that deliver long-term results. Make your gift United Way's Community Impact Fund, supporting over 65 local programs at yanktonunitedway.org/give or text Yankton to 41444.
Coors Light Miller Lite show rolls on here from Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton. Sunny skies, 72, hardly any wind at all. Gorgeous day for football here in Yankton. It's Mount Marty taking on the number 1 team in the land, the Morningside Mustangs. Time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland on Broadway in Yankton with the starting lineups. Here's Tehl Tanner.
Started off with the big boys up front. Big P starting at left tackle, 6'8", 295-pound sophomore Patrick Perkins. Left guard Anil Pastrana, 6'1", 317-pound sophomore. The center is Kiko Nunez, 6'1", 333-pound junior in Kiko Nunez. Right guard Xavier Gable, 6'1", 287-pound sophomore. Right tackle Mason Parker, 6'2", 315-pound junior starting today. Jonas Kelp will not play today. Tight end Rex Reichen, 6'3", 240-pound junior out of Yankton. Wide receiver Austin Vigance, 5'11", 226-pound sophomore. Wide receiver Jonah Miyazawa was shaken up last week. He is starting today, 5'11", 176-pound junior. Go to the one more wide receiver, Trey Hansen starting, 6 foot, 166-pound sophomore. Go to the running backs, Isaiah Thompson getting the nod today, 5'11", 206-pound junior. And the quarterback starting for the Mount Marty Lancers, freshman Clayton Byer starting in place of Ken Gay, 6'1", 195-pound freshman making his first career start.
The Lancers average 157 yards per game on the ground, 200 through the air. That's 357 total. They average 24.5 points per game. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front, Tavita Tomosi, a 6'1", 236-pound senior left end. The right end, Tyrell Klein, a 6 foot, 250-pound sophomore. And the nose tackle, Dalen Norman, a 6'2", 273-pound sophomore. The linebacker core, Cameron Middleton on the left edge, 6'1", 226-pound sophomore. The right outside linebacker, Brandon Dannenbring, 6 foot, 228-pound sophomore. One of the middle linebackers, freshman Josh Pickthorne, 5'10", 197. And the senior, Drew Pendleton, starting at middle, 5'11", 214. He's a senior. Leads them in tackles, sacks, and tackles for loss. Go to the secondary, Marcus Janopin, 6'2", 187-pound sophomore. Other corners, Josiah Gaetani, 5'9", 158-pound sophomore. Strong safety is Jaron Mortensen today, 6'1", 190-pound senior. And the free safety is Avery Rice, 5'11", 171-pound senior. Jaron Mortensen, a game-time decision today as well.
And they'll need him today because they're going up against good passing offense. The defense for the Lancers, statistically, 187 yards per game. That's what they give up on the ground, 168 through the air, 355 total. They have registered as a team 7 sacks, 2 interceptions. Let's meet the defending national champions, the Mustangs of Morningside.
Started off with the left tackle, Aiden Queen, a 6'3", 245-pound sophomore. The left guard, Tyler Anderson, 6'4", 280-pound senior. The center is Mason Williams, 6'2", 260-pound senior. Right guard, Christian Ria, 6 foot, 250-pound senior. And Riley Lindbergh, the right tackle, 6'4", 260-pound senior. The tight end, Sion Tuifua, a 6'4", 240-pound senior in Tuifua. Go to the wide receivers, Zach Norton, a 6 foot, 180-pound junior. Austin Johnson, a 6'1", 190-pound senior. And Jack Sievert, a 6'2", 225-pound sophomore. The running back starting today, Ryan Cole, 5'11", 190-pound sophomore. And the starting quarterback, the National Player of the Year, likely going to be a repeat National Player of the Year, Joe Dolenchek, a 6'1", 210-pound senior.
The Mustangs on offense, 134 yards per game on the ground, 416 through the air, 550 total. They average 52.3 points per game. Let's meet the Mustang defense.
Started off up front, they have 4 on the line, running a 4-3 to the Mustangs. Weston Schultz, a defensive lineman, 6'3", 245-pound senior. Brady Schlager, a 6'2", 280-pound sophomore. Jonah Kolbum, a 6'1", 270-pound senior, and Cooper Von Segern, a 6'1", 235-pound senior. Go to the linebackers, Isaac Pingle, a 6', 215-pound junior. Middle linebacker Joshua Miller, 6'2", 215-pound senior. And on the right side, Jalen Portis, 6'1", 220-pound senior. Go to the secondary, Dijon Walls, a 6'1", 180-pound junior. On the other corner, John Andreessen, a 6'1", 180-pound junior. The free safety today is Drew Bessie, a 6', 190-pound senior. And the strong safety, Linnell Boyd Jr., 5'10", 185-pound senior.
The Mustangs defensively very stingy when it comes to their ground game. They're only giving up 104 yards per game on the ground, 226 the air. That's 330 yards total per contest. They have registered as a team 13 sacks and 5 interceptions. That's the starting lineups today, brought to you as always by Slumberland. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back and we'll hear from John Micheletti, the head coach for the Lancers. More to come here on the pregame show for the Lancers, brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. 2-minute break right now. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon right here on KYNT.
When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. For over 40 years, Sureco has been revolutionizing the tarping industry. From the original Sherlock side-to-side roll tarp to the 4500 series electric tarp to the ProTrap electric hoppers, Sureco has been exceeding the needs of farms and fleets across the U.S. and beyond. When only the best will do, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us online at Sureco.com. Make it Sureco.
Ride further, ride faster. Ride with confidence on an electric Townie Go e-bike. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness. These electric bikes are easy and fun to use with ride power that will make you want to go forever. Whether you need a little push or you want the bike to do most of the work, the electric Townie Go combines comfort, stability, and performance, plus more affordable, truly making them the e-bike for everyone. Just get on and go with an electric Townie Go e-bike from Ace Bike and Fitness.
Bring the crew to Pizza Ranch in Yankton. This is Annie, and we have legendary pizza and chicken just waiting for you on our buffet. Let us know what you're craving, and we'll make it fresh and bring you the first slice. Or let us deliver right to your front door. Your locally owned Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Take advantage of your home's increased value and put that towards your next move. Maybe that move is to your larger dream home, or maybe you want to move to something smaller and have less debt. Either way, now is the time to evaluate your equity. Call the Move Group and our professional real estate team can give you a no-obligation assessment and make a recommendation for your next move. So when you're ready to move, make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Don't just bank, be an explorer. Here at Explorers Credit Union, we do banking differently. As a not-for-profit, member-owned credit union, we know that financial wellness isn't a destination, it's a journey. We're here to help you set goals and reach them with the financial tools, expertise, and support you need. If you're looking for better rates on your loans and local service from your friends and neighbors, Explorers Credit Union has you covered. Learn how we can help your financial journey at explorerscu.com.
Pre-game show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember to drink responsibly. Go to our coach interview from Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Coach John Micheletti in the booth with me, getting ready for number 1 coming to town. Can't be more excited. You spoke at the quarterback club on Wednesday about how the motivation side of things you don't really have to take care of because it's already there. The guys are ready. They're looking forward to number 1. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, there's every competitive athlete, I think, no matter what your sport is, or maybe not sport, but anything you're kind of competing in, you always want to play that defending champ from last year, and thankfully they're still number one. So that's a great opportunity for us to go up against them and really worry about what we can control. That's been our main focus all week, is not worrying about them being number one, them doing this, them having the player of the year, all that stuff. It's how can we better ourselves and control the controllables, and go in and take care of business one play at a time.
Your defense has played pretty well, and certainly in spots throughout this season. You're now going against the number one team in the country. What have you been telling them this week, getting ready for this one?
Really trying to keep them humble in this spot and making sure that they also stay confident at the same time. With a lot of young guys, still getting reps and things like that, I don't want them to have stars in their eyes or anything like that. So we've got to make sure that we're able to, play our game and like I said earlier, control the controllables of what we can do. And we've set some interior goals there for our defense, and we want to make sure that we stick to those.
You're facing the National Player of the Year this week in Joe Dolanchek. How you plan on slowing down this guy who's just been unstoppable throughout his entire career?
Yeah, I actually found some guy here in town that I paid when he gets off the bus to take his kneecaps out, actually. So, no, I'm just kidding. He's a very good player, and respect him a lot. He does a lot of stuff that you really don't see at this level, and you always respect a player that's kind of got that ability, and we talk about RPOs and things like that, and usually RPOs you stick to one side, but he full reads the whole field RPO, which is maybe something you only see when you watch like the Philadelphia Eagles, so very impressed with him. But when it gets down to it, if we just align correctly and make tackles and things like that, we should be all right.
And your offense is going against a very good defense for sure, allowing a total of 18.2 points per game is this Morningside at defense. How are you scheming for them offensively?
Yep, we want to make sure that we are managing that clock. Obviously, Ken Gay is going to be out this week, so we got Clayton Byer. We want to make sure that we get him comfortable early, especially being a freshman, getting his first start, things like that. I think it helped last week that he was able to finish the game and finish with some confidence rolling into this week. So I want to make sure that we're able to keep him calm and complement that, obviously, with our run game.
Let's talk about the injuries and some of the players that are going to be missing this week as well. As you just mentioned, your starting quarterback is out. Who else is missing this ball game?
Off the top of the head, obviously Ken Gay. And then we have Jonas Kelp is still out. Pablo Medina is out. I still have Luke Redditall out on defense, defensive line. Vita will play. He was one that was going to be questionable. Tavita Tomasi will play this week, which is good. And then questionable start will be Jaron Mortensen. He's been kind of under the weather all week. I kind of see if he had to miss yesterday's practice for a doctor's appointment to hopefully figure out what's going on. So hopefully we get him back out here. That'll be a game time decision for him.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you very much for joining me. Good luck tomorrow against number one.
Thank you.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Coors Light and Miller Lite, drink responsibly. Interview from Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Let's take a break. Come back. When we return, we've got the kickoff.
You may not think of the flu as a serious disease, but complications can lead to severe illness, hospitalization, even death. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends everyone over the age of 6 months get a flu vaccine every year. Yankton Medical Clinic is offering flu shots by appointment only. Call today to schedule your flu shot or visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu to learn more. Protect yourself and your loved ones this flu season. Get your flu shot today. So much care, so close to home.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT&RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
Do you have dry, sore, or irritated eyes? If so, you may have dry eye. At Vision Care Associates, we offer a simple, fast, and non-surgical procedure to treat black glands in your eyelids that can help your eyes to feel comfortable again. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Fieser to find out about dry eye treatment with our newest technology.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
What's special about Slumberland is ours is a free service. They get to come into our store. It helps the customer understand how the space is going to work so that they don't feel nervous about their purchase. If you live locally, you can set up an appointment with one of our sales representatives where we can come into your home and help you understand if you want to go shopping in your own home and bring some different pieces in to help them work with maybe the new piece you're looking for.
Free interior design service at Yankton Slumberland, located at 2401 Broadway Avenue.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs, from magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signing, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all: sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
Cold weather means you need to warm up your fan gear.
And if you're a fan of the Bucks and Gazelles,
or Mount Marty Lancers,
JJ Benji's has a storeroom full of Bucks, Gazelles, and Lancers apparel ready to wear.
long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, quarter zip pullovers, jackets, and hats.
You'll stay warm on those cold nights traveling to games and sitting in the stands.
With Bucks, Gazelles, and Lancers gear at JJ Benji's.
JJ Benji's, 201 Pine Street in the Meridian District, Yankton.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101. Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions. We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
We're back here at Crane-Youngworth Field along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum, putting the finishing touches on the Lancer pregame show brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. Tehl, your thoughts and keys to the game going into this contest.
Find a way to slow down this Morningside offense and keep the ball in your hands if you're the Mount Marty Lancers. You already have an uphill battle when you're facing the #1 team in the nation. You gotta win the turnover battle. That is absolutely key for the Lancers. Hold on to the ball today, because that is what really sunk them in last year's contest, where you remember they had a couple of early turnovers and only allowed defensively 14 offensive points. They had some defensive scores in there to kind of run up the score. Lancers played very well defensively in that first half against Morningside last year. They need a repeat performance, but this time they hang on to the ball. They're going to be in business.
They have to, I think, also have that running game going, and that's where Isaiah Thompson and Tyree Morrison have to shine today, and that offensive line has got to open up some holes. Easier said than done. Thompson, 503 yards, 6 rushing touchdowns on the year. In my opinion, he is definitely angling for an all-conference selection when it comes to the running back position. And, of course, Dolenchek, not only is he a surefire all-conference for Morningside, he's, like I said, the front-runner for National Player of the Year.
Repeat.
Yes, repeat. And also the Mustangs with high aspirations looking to repeat as national champions. They've won 3 of the last 4 national champions. The team captains are meeting at the center of the field for the coin toss. Morningside in their road white uniforms with the maroon helmets and numbers and letters. Homestanding Mount Marty in the navy blue uniforms, the gold helmets, pants the white numbers. So Morningside, I believe, has won the toss and deferred. So it will be Mount Marty getting their hands on the football to start this game. A gorgeous day here in late October, 73 degrees currently, no wind, plenty of sunshine. We're expecting a high of 83 degrees.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, for this
It's
part
October 22nd.
Yeah, I'm happy anything over 50 degrees this late in the football season, but 83 the expected high here in southeast South Dakota today. We're getting you ready for the first half of football. It's brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you. So Jonah Miyazawa is going to drop back deep along with Trey Hansen to receive the upcoming kickoff here for the Morningside Mustangs. Chase Carter is their place kicker. Carter, one of the best in the conference. He is a senior out of Knoxville, Iowa.
Well, one of the questions I had coming into this game is now answered. Jonah Miyazawa was shaken up last week. We knew he was going to play, but it's always a question of how much. The fact that he is returning this opening kickoff says that he's probably pretty much full go.
Yeah, and also Jonah, remember, is the main punt returner for the Mount Marty Lancers. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you listening in, and great to have you watching online via YouTube at KYNTV.com. And good morning to all of our friends in the Hawaiian Islands. I've got my Hawaiian Mount Marty t-shirt on here today as the kick is in the air, and Miyazawa will call for the fair catch at the 12-yard line. In fact, I believe it was Jonah's
it was
dad
Jonah's
that
dad
gave
that
us
gave
the
us that.
t-shirt here. It says mount up on the front, and then it says go Lancers in Hawaiian on the back. I love this shirt. I am wearing it today, and it's also a very comfortable t-shirt when the weather gets warm.
Oh, it's nice. Absolutely
And
nice.
thank you to Jonah's dad for providing that. And again, a big hello to all of our friends in the Hawaiian Islands. Someday I will get out there and visit those wonderful, beautiful islands.
Well, 101, how to get a shout-out on the radio. Give us free stuff.
I've had that happen in colleges I've announced for in the past, where the parents have been so kind to give us stuff, and I always want to make a shout out to the parents out there and the families of all the players, no matter where you're watching it, whether it be in Texas, Wisconsin, South Dakota, California, New York. I'm looking all the places here. Hawaii, Iowa, Louisiana. We got to stop here for some reason. As I believe the play clock started, it should not have on the fair catch, so I think they may have to reset the clock to 15 minutes. It's at 14:58 currently. While we got a moment here, Andrew Fitzke is our referee for today. Tyler Fitzke, the umpire. John Garrow, the head line judge. George Finley, the line judge. The side judge, Zach Wevick. Field judge, Brandon Hanukkah. Jack Marr is the back judge. That your officiating crew for today. It is Byers starting things off in the shotgun set. He'll send out three receivers to the right side, and he'll drop back. Looks to throw over the middle, and it is incomplete, intended for Reichen at the 40-yard line over on the left side, and that flew over the hands of a couple of defenders, nearly intercepted by Joshua Miller, the middle linebacker out of Lincoln. He had a chance at it, as did Isaac Pingle, one of the other linebackers, fell incomplete. It's second down and 10. Just underway here. Gorgeous day at Crane-Youngworth Field. We got the pistol formation with three receivers to the right, one out to the left. That's Miyazawa. And it's going to be a handoff. Thompson tries the right side, and nothing doing. He got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. About 3-4 white jerseys on the scene for Morningside.
Absolutely. Mount Marty now facing a 3rd and long. Clayton Byer in his first start came out firing on that first play of the game. I was thinking about it. I think that's happened in pretty much every game we've called this year. The very first offensive snap of the day is some sort of shot downfield. At this point, everybody's trying to catch the defense off guard. I feel like it's expected almost every time.
This is something that Clayton Byer needs to stay out of. 3rd and long against this Mustang defense. They'll have three wide receivers out to the right side as Hanston shifts over in that direction. Shotgun set, fakes the handoff to Thompson. Throw over the middle. There's bumping downfield, and a pass intercepted at midfield by Walls. He'll be tackled near the 45-yard line of the Lancers. A turnover for Mount Marty. The first interception of the career for Clayton Byer. Threw it over the middle, and that's the 3rd interception for Dizon Walls, the junior out of Hazelwood, Missouri. Another thing you have to avoid when playing Morningside, turnovers and giving them good field position, because here comes Joe Dolenchek, the senior out of Bellevue, Nebraska, the defending National Player of the Year. First down and 10 Mustangs. They're driving from left to right on your radio dial. They're at the Lancer 47-yard line. He's looking to throw. He's got a man. It is caught over on the left sideline, and out of bounds quickly was Austin Johnson. He's a senior out of Sioux Falls. That is his 46th catch on the year. And mind you, that's in 6 games.
That's in 6 games.
They love to throw the football, and they got arguably the best quarterback in the land. He'll drop back, throw over the middle, incomplete at the 25-yard line. Mortensen was there defensively, and Josh Simmons, the junior out of Council Bluffs, was the target. Dolenchek with a very strong arm.
We talked to Coach Micheletti in the pregame. Mortensen was a game-time decision today. Been dealing with an illness. Looked pretty good on that play. Now we got a 3rd down.
1 receiver to the left, 2 out to the right. Shotgun set. Cole in the backfield. He'll stay in and block. Pass caught. First down out on the left side, being thrown out of bounds was Zach Norton, the reigning GPAC Offensive Player of the Week, tackled near the 30, first down Mustangs.
Yeah, Zach Norton entering this ball game with 726 yards receiving, and as you said, 41 receptions in 6 games. Just a ridiculous stat line to go with 9 touchdowns.
And he's the number 2 receiver on the team when it comes to stats. And here's a big run to the right side by Cole across the 25 to the 23. Johnson came into the game with 45 catches, 844, 11 touchdowns. Norton, 41 catches, 726, 9 touchdowns. The best 1-2 punch in the league, maybe in the nation when it comes to wide receivers. First down and 10, Mustangs from the Lancer 23. Dolenchek sends 2 receivers out to the right side. They got plenty of time on the play clock, as shifting over to the left side will be Johnson. Norton lined up on the right side. They've got the double tight end set, and Cole stands to the left of his quarterback. Here comes a man in motion. It's a jet sweep. It is going to be Norton on the running play to the left side, and he'll get maybe a yard and a half, and it'll be 3rd and short coming up for the Mustangs. Lancer football brought to you today by CoreTrust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's CoreTrust Bank. Raise your expectations with CoreTrust, member FDIC. 3rd and short, handoff. Cole up the middle, first down and more inside the 15 to the 14. First down, Morningside.
Well, Morningside's just kind of been marching chunk play. Mount Marty has forced 2 third downs so far in this drive, but Morningside has just converted both of them.
Tough to stop this offense because they are a good running team as well, as they'll have 2 receivers out to the left. Norton slips out to the right side. Here comes Sievert, the H-back in motion from right to left. Play action, throws right side, caught, touchdown. That is Zach Norton on the slant, and that is a touchdown for the Lancers, a timing pattern, perfectly thrown ball. And the junior has his 10th touchdown reception of the season. It comes with 11:45 left to go in the first quarter. The Mustangs capitalize on the turnover and score.
Yeah, you said it. Turnover and interception on Lancer's first drive of the game, their 3rd play, and then Morningside just takes it straight into the end zone on their first offensive possession. Great start for the number 1 team.
Kick on the way from Carter has plenty of legs and almost kicks it into the next county on the point after. And it's 7-0 Mustangs, 11:45 left to go. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststripingsd@gmail.com. That's midweststripingsd@gmail.com.
The last scoring drive for the Mustangs, 7 plays, 47 yards, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, time of possession. 7-0 Morningside over Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum here on a gorgeous sunny day at Crane-Youngworth Field, the number 1 team in the land, paying a visit here to Crane-Youngworth Field. This may be, I'm trying to remember if Yankton College ever played a number 1 team in the nation. That's something I'll have to, I was going to ask some of our newspaper friends about that.
Yeah, I suppose.
But I don't know if.
Certainly not something I know off the top of my head because I was not there.
Well, I was in college the last year that Yankton College was in existence, but I was over at Black Hills State. Here's the kickoff collected by Miyazawa. Fair catch. We'll put it at the 25-yard line. Mount Marty football brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Clayton Byer threw an interception on that first drive. Morningside converted it into points. They're up 7-0.
Yeah, that was only Byer's second pass attempt of the ball game. At this point, he's a freshman. He's a young guy. Got to be reeling as he's playing the number 1 team. Got to calm down. I would like to see some runs to start this off, some short passes. Let him get in a rhythm.
Hansen in motion. Thompson up the middle. Nothing doing. He might have lost a yard. They ripped the football away from him. Referee said it was dead ball. Joshua Miller in the middle of the action there for the Mustangs. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you. 2nd down and 11 coming up from the 24-yard line. Lancers driving from right to left on your radio dial. In case you missed it earlier, Ken Gay, the second starting quarterback, not playing today. He is out with a shoulder injury. 2 receivers come out to the left side. Miyazawa on his own out on the right side. Shotgun set. Running back stands to the left of his quarterback. They'll fake it to him. Byer throws. Got a man. Reichen at the 31-yard line complete. It'll bring up 3rd down and 4. And that's the man that Byer, I think, has got to go to today. The money man, Rex Reichen.
Absolutely. Found a nice spot in the zone, sat in it, was able to get an easy completion, make it 3rd and manageable. One thing I wanted to notice on that last play, however, you singled out Miyazawa being alone up at on the opposite side of the field there, and he was in single coverage with no safety help. Morningside is not afraid to just go straight up man on him with no help over the top. Miyazawa has burned teams this year when he has seen that coverage.
Walls is going to be stacked up against Miyazawa on the left side. Shotgun set on 3rd down and 4. 4-man rush. Byer has time. Throw. Short pat. Miyazawa catches it out on the flat. Runs out of bounds, but he has a 1st down at the 37-yard line as Walls backed away from him, and Miyazawa cut the route short and collects a 1st down for Mount Marty.
That was a great route by Miyazawa and Reichen in both of those last 2 plays. This is what I wanted to see from Byer on this second drive after throwing that opening drive interception. Get some nice short passes, some easy completions. Let your receivers run with it after the catch to get some yardage. Run the ball when you can as well. Let your quarterback get comfortable because this is a freshman making his first career start against the best team in the nation.
Pistol formation with 3 receivers out to the right. It's a fake bubble screen. Hansen gets a block across the 40 to the 46, gain of 9. Big block out there. I think that was Vegans who threw that block.
Yeah, that was a perfectly executed screen. Vegans and Miyazawa throwing blocks downfield. Trey Hansen's got some wheels, takes that one for 8. Mount Marty is doing exactly what they need to do offensively to start this ball game. They look like they're getting in a rhythm.
Hansen came into the game with 21 catches, most of them over the last couple of games, 2 of them for touchdowns. He has really blossomed, the sophomore, out of Gilbert, Iowa. 2nd down and 1. Pistol formation. Receivers in close on the left-hand side. They're going to give it to Tyree Morrison. He's got a hole across the 40 into Mustang territory at the 35-yard line. That's where he's knocked out of bounds on the right side. 1st down, Lancers is Tyree Morrison, the junior out of Hillside, California, with a fantastic run.
A run of about 20 there, able to cross midfield. Lancers are driving inside of the 40 of the Mustangs. This is the drive they need to tie up this ball game. They're down 7 early. Get some points, make this a tie ball game here.
1st down and 10. Here comes Hansen in motion from right to left. Now Miyazawa shifts a little further out on the left-hand side. Pistol formation. It's going to be a handoff. Morrison tries the right side. He's being pursued, and he will be caught, maybe lost half a yard on the play. 2nd down and 11 coming up. Yeah, we'll call it 11. Sticks behind the line. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. Morrison out. Here comes Jalen Herman in. He has played wide receiver and running back at times. Hansen, Vegans shift over to the right-hand side to Droid Riken. Miyazawa out by himself on the left. Shotgun set. Now Herman clears out of the backfield. 2nd and 11. Byer in the shotgun, taking his time, takes the snap. 4-man rush. Here comes the pressure. Slips away from one man, throws on the run, incomplete. Out on the right-hand side, and that, I believe, was Weston Schultz providing the pressure, the senior out of Mason City, Iowa, who has registered 3 sacks on the year and 7 tackles for loss.
Jalen Herman coming into this ball game, you like seeing that. He's been a very, very good change of pace player for this Lancer team. In the 4th quarter last week against Concordia, it was him that Clayton Byer connected with on a 55-yard touchdown pass.
7:22 left, first quarter, 7-0 Mustangs, second possession of the game for Mount Marty. They are in Mustang territory at the 36-yard line, facing 3rd down and 10, and now we're going to have a timeout called by Marty. 7:22 left. We'll step away for 30 seconds. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Started vaping at parties. It was fun, but then I couldn't live without it. I was hiding it from my family, even my friends. My skin was breaking out, couldn't focus, and I was spending a fortune on pods. Too hard to quit on my own. I was so addicted. So I called the Quit line. Coach Tara helped me get through the cravings. I'm vape-free. I couldn't have done it alone.
If you need help quitting vape, call the South Dakota Quit line at 1-866-SD-QUITS.
Mount Marty just spent their first time out of the first half. 7:22 left, first quarter. Morningside 7, Mount Marty nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're at Crane-Youngworth Field today. Second drive of the game for the Lancers has some 3rd and 11 at the 36-yard line. They need to get to the 25 of the Mustangs for a first down. Clayton Byer at quarterback will send Riken and Gilbert out to the right-hand side. Miyazawa out to the left. Vegans stays in as an H-back on the left-hand side. Morrison in at running back. Here comes Hansen in motion, and now we have a whistle, and the officials will stop play. And Andrew Fitzke, our referee for today. Oh, the game clock started. All right, they have to reset it to 7:22. That'll give the Lancers a time to reorganize as they have to reset the play clock as well. See if they go with the same play or if they shift things up here. It's 3rd down and 11. Here comes Hansen in motion from the right-hand side. Circles back behind the running back. Play action. Throw towards the end zone, and nobody open. Incomplete. Miyazawa, I think, was the intended receiver, but that pass was 20 yards over his head, over everybody. Walls was the closest player there for the Mustangs.
Yeah, that was not in the area of anybody. Was certainly looking for Jonah Miyazawa, but an obvious miscommunication between the quarterback and the wide receiver. Miyazawa ran a deep post route over the middle of the field, actually had some space, but that ball sailed in a completely different direction. Thought he was just running a straight go down the left sideline. Threw it to the end zone, and Miyazawa was 20 yards away from the ball. Miscommunications.
Vegans, Hansen, Riken out to the left. Miyazawa on the right. 4th down and 11. Kind of no man's land, and they're going to go for it. Straight drop back. Here comes Schultz pressuring. Byer steps up, throws over the head of Morrison. Incomplete. He was shy of the first down sticks near the 32-yard line, and the Lancers will turn it over on downs. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. That pass rush by Morningside, very effective. And I tell you what, if you can get pressure on the quarterback consistently with 4 guys, That makes your secondary a whole lot better.
Yeah, one of the things about this Morningside defense, 13 sacks on the year, that's actually a lower number than I would have expected considering the scores they're putting up.
Dolenchek, deep drop back, throws over the middle, wide open, and it's going to be caught by Johnson. He's into Lancer territory across the 35 to the 30 and tackled at the 26-yard line. Austin Johnson was wide open over the middle of the field.
Yeah, just absolutely broke the zone. He was about 20 yards downfield, just standing there. No Lancer within 10 yards of him. Easy reception and a run.
And a quick play caught. Simmons out on the left-hand side, weaves through traffic. He's on the inside the 10, tackled inside the 5 near the 3-yard line. Check that, Josh Simmons with the catch as the Mustangs going into hurry-up mode as they're trying to pad their lead, and they come quickly to the line of scrimmage. Handoff. Cole up the middle, burrows into the line, into the end zone. That is a 3-yard run for a touchdown for Morningside. Ryan Cole, his 11th rushing touchdown of the year. And Morningside, boy, they made that look quick.
They did indeed. They scored in just a couple of plays there, marched right down the field. 6 points on the board, leading 13-0 early in this game, about midway through the first.
6:35 left, and here comes Carter to try the point after kick. Snap is good, kick on the way, and it is good. 6:35 left to go, first quarter, 14-0 Morningside on top of Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
Dakota Archery is a great store for waterfowl camo gear. Let's start with branded utility pants, pullovers, insulated wader jacket, hoodies, neck gaiters, beanies, and gloves. Stay warm and dry with insulated waders and insulated field bibs from Avery. And to bring down the birds, Dakota Archery has the area's best selection of shotguns and ammo.
Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
That last scoring drive was 3 plays and 64 yards, and they did it in under 40 seconds for the Morningside Mustangs. A 3-yard run by Ryan Cole caps off that drive, and the Morningside Mustangs on top of the Mount Marty Lancers. 14-0, 6:35 left to go, quarter number 1. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Here comes the kickoff, and it's Miyazawa. Fair catches it at the 8-yard line. And that will give the Lancers the ball on the 25-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Morningside always brings a good crowd with them on the road, and the visiting stands across the way from us here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Pretty full here today, not surprising. Like I said, the Mustangs, their crowd does travel. And why not? Why not be outside on a great day like today?
Only an hour away, too.
Yeah. Hand off. Here's Morrison going to try to push the pile up the middle. He gets the line of scrimmage, and there he is shoved back. And making the play for the Mustangs defensively was Logan Schulke. He's a senior out of Greenwood, Nebraska. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Mount Marty. Their last drive, they got into Mustang territory but turned it over on downs. Pistol formation, Hansen in motion from left to right. Double tight end set here. Byer taking his time. Now he's going to change things up. He's got 9 seconds on the play clock. Keeps everybody in place. Takes the snap. Throws quickly, and it is caught by Hansen. Breaks one tackle. He's across the 35 to the 37-yard line. First down on a great audible called by the Lancers.
Yeah, that was a great job. Clayton Byer got his guys down, set, realized didn't have the right play. They audibled out of it, got to the right one, and then Trey Hansen made a great play, breaking a tackle.
And Hansen's going to check out. Here comes Trevor Fitzgerald into the game, and Hansen appears to be a little shaken up. Let's hope he's okay. He's a sophomore out of Gilbert, Iowa. That brings in Trevor Fitzgerald, the sophomore out of Yankton. Mr. Do Everything for the Lancers. First down and 10 from their own 37-yard line. One receiver, that's Miyazawa, out to the right. A couple of receivers out to the left. Play action. Fire being pressured. Throws down the middle of the field. He's got a man. It's incomplete over the head of Miyazawa at the 15-yard line of Morningside. Incomplete. Beautiful deep ball. We saw that last week when Byer connected with Jalen Herman on a 55-yard touchdown, but that was over everybody's head. Here comes Herman into the game. Who will he replace? I believe it's Miyazawa.
Yep, Jonah checks out for this play.
Yep,
Herman's
he needs
going
a
to
drink
be
of water. He's a hot day like today. When you're running those 40 and 50-yard patterns, you're going to need to take a break every now and then. Pistol formation on 2nd down and 10. Receivers either side. Low snap. Quick pass. It is off of Reichen's hand, or not Reichen, but Fitzgerald hands, and then it hit the helmet of the defensive back who was about to make the tackle. That's Logan Maycumber, the junior out of Elkhorn, Nebraska. It just doinked off his helmet. Incomplete.
Yeah, Trevor's had his struggles this season. He's been under the weather with an illness at the very beginning of the year. He then had a bit of a down stretch where he was struggling to catch some balls here, had a couple of drops.
Then he had an ankle injury.
And then he had an ankle injury. It's been a difficult sophomore year for sure, but he's out there fighting, and you gotta love that. He's a Yankton native. Certainly the Mount Marty fans love him. He's out there on 3rd down.
Yep, and he'll come in motion. Receivers either side in the pistol formation on 3rd and 10. Play action over the middle. Herman incomplete, too high for him at midfield. Lurking in the area was Walls, the defensive back. And, boy, I think Walls was about ready to put a lick on Herman if he catches it. And here comes Fitzgerald out to punt it away from Mount Marty. With 4:55 left to go, first quarter, Mustangs 14, Lancers nothing. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Avera. Moving health forward, it's Avera. Dropping back deep for the Mustangs is Payne. Michael Payne, one of their backup wide receivers. Snap is low, scooped up, luckily no pressure, and a good punt. Payne, it's going to be over his head. He has to retreat to his 20-yard line, circles to his right, cuts back at the 30, gets a couple blockers, and is pulled down at the 35-yard line. And that's where the Mustangs will have it, 1st down and 10. Normally Caleb Schweigert is their punt returner, but I don't know how much action he is going to see today. He was not listed in the 2-deep lineup as far as a wide receiver where he normally plays. Was listed as their punt returner, but it is going to be Michael Payne, obviously doing those duties today. 1st down and 10, Mustangs from their own 35-yard line. 4:43 left to go, first quarter. They're up 14-0. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's going to be a reverse with Payne coming around the left side as Cole handed it off to him. He's at the 40. The 45 tackled at the 46 by Tyler Ivey on a little trickery there by the Mustangs.
Well, they only got about a net of 11 yards, but that man ran about 50 there, just cutting all the way across the field on the reverse. Net of 11, though. 1st down.
Michael Payne, a junior out of Omaha, Nebraska, came into the game with 12 catches, 2 of them for touchdowns. By that time, he ran the ball on the end around and got him a 1st down. Empty backfield as Cole slips out to the left side. Play action. Pump fake. Throws over the middle. Caught by Johnson. He pulls it away from Ivy and runs into the end zone for a touchdown. Touchdown Morningside on a beautifully thrown ball, as that one just went over the fingertips of Tyler Ivey, and he caught Austin Johnson in stride. That is his 12th receiving touchdown of the year.
That was a big play from Morningside, just right down the seam, scoring on the seam route with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, 54 yards officially on that play. Beautifully thrown ball. Joe Dolencheck. Here comes Carter for the point after kick. Low snap, collected, kick on the way, plenty of distance, and it is good. 21-0, Morningside on top of the Lancers. 4:06 left to go, first quarter. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Before the Lancers play.
After the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor.
Family driven.
And a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
That last scoring drive for Morningside, 2 plays, 65 yards, 37 seconds. Time of possession, the 54-yard strike. Dolencheck to Johnson. 21-0. Morningside on top of Mount Marty. 4:06 left, first quarter. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride today as Lane Nelson sets to kick it off. High end over end. Miyazawa's going to let it bounce, and it is going to trickle into the end zone. No, it doesn't. It stopped on the goal line. He had to pick it up, and he gets it out to the 6-yard line. He thought that was going to go out of bounds.
Well, Miyazawa let it drop. He let it sit on the goal line because I think he thought it was sitting on the goal line. He looked, you can see him look at the ball, look at the ref, look at the ball, look at the ref, and then pick it up. He was just waiting for that call.
He was waiting for the whistle, but now they're going to say it is a touchback.
Okay.
But that's a mistake. Once that ball hits the goal line, it's like on a scoring play.
Yes.
You know, it has to crack that pane of glass, and once that ball does on a kickoff, once it hits the goal line or the nose of it over the goal line, that is an automatic touchback, and there never should have been a return at all by Miyazawa.
Miyazawa was very right in sitting there looking at the ball, looking at the ref, going, hey, we've seen this 2 weeks ago. Last time we were at this home stadium. We know what this is because it has been drilled in our heads. This is a touchback, so he just grabbed it and took it. But, yeah, that's a touchback.
So it's Mount Marty football from their 25-yard line. First down and 10. 4:06 left to go, quarter number 1. They'll split 2 receivers out to the right-hand side. Miyazawa by himself out to the left. Now Thompson clears out of the backfield. Swing pass to him. Screen. He'll catch it behind the line of scrimmage, and he'll push forward for a 3-yard gain out on the right-hand side. Thompson, a good receiver, 19 catches. He had 18 coming into this game. That's his first catch, one of them for touchdowns. And Isaiah Thompson, again, putting together a banner year for the Lancers. And if he keeps this up at his current production pace, I would think he'd have to be in the running for an all-conference mention. Second down and 7. Rollout to the left-hand side. Byer throws on the run in double coverage. Miyazawa catches it, shoved out of bounds at the 38-yard line. What a catch by Miyazawa. First down, Lancers.
Yeah, Miyazawa's seen a lot of attention this season. That is no secret. Most of these defenses, when I talk to their head coaches, they've all just mentioned Jonah Miyazawa by name. They don't even call him number 9. They're like, Jonah Miyazawa's a guy we're going to be covering and watching. And then Morningside is also double-teaming in there. Didn't matter.
That was a great ball thrown by Byer as Miyazawa was double covered, but he had an angle towards the sideline, and Byer threw it right on the money at the 38-yard line. First down and 10, Lancers. They're driving right to left on your radio dial. They'll put Fitzgerald in motion from left to right. He's out there with Riken, and Morrison gets the handoff. Check that Thompson with the ball. He crashes across the 40 to the 43. Good gain of 5. That's what Mount Marty needs to get. Consistently 4 to 5 to 6 yards on first down. If they can do that consistently, and it's tough against this Morningside defense, but I think that changes the complexion of this game. It allows for 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6. You can't play behind the chains against Morningside.
And they've found a really good running back here in Isaiah Thompson. He's been really good in recent weeks. Was in a multi-headed running back core. We'll talk about that here in a moment at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, Riken shifts over from the left to the right-hand side. 2 receivers out there. Miyazawa out to the left. Handoff. Thompson again. This time he is corralled, and he is brought down quickly. I think that was Isaac Pingle in the middle of all that.
Yeah, Thompson's been a bit of a feature back last couple weeks. I think he had 29 carries against Dort. He's been very, very big for the Lancers, and he's had to be because there's been a lot of injuries. Kuanishi Gaya has gone down. William Rao has gone down. Tyree Morrison went down for a while. He's now back, and Jaden Harach has been there as well. But pretty much all of their running backs have gone down in different spots as we have a huge thing going on in the field here.
Yeah, Kiko Nunez has to check out for a play. The starting center, Santiago Castillo, the sophomore out of Brownsville, Texas, replaces him at the center position on a big 3rd down and 5 coming up.
This is huge. Kiko Nunez is an all-conference athlete in 2 sports, baseball and football. Lancers need him on the field on 3rd down.
Well, the backup center is in on 3rd down. A good snap delivered. Byer has time. He's being pressured, throws, and it is going to be behind his receiver, Miyazawa, incomplete. It bounced off the back of the linebacker, Brody Nelson, the sophomore out of Beatrice, Nebraska, who was providing coverage. Good pass rush there by the Mustangs, but the Lancer offensive line did their job. They gave Byer enough time, but there was just good coverage downfield. And credit Castillo for coming in and providing a good snap and block there. Coming in cold to replace Nunez on that 3rd down play. Punting situation here on 4th and 5. Payne dropping back to his 20-yard line. Fitzgerald stands at his own 28. Snap on target, kicks it away from him. High punt, not very far, but it's going to bounce near the 30, and it takes a Lancer bounce. Now it rolls sideways at the 27-yard line, and that is where the Mustangs will set up shop. 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. We've got a minute 15 left to go. First quarter. Mustangs 21, Lancers nothing. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Couldn't ask for a better day in late October. We're expecting a high of 70, or actually 83 today. It was 73 when we kicked it off.
It's just going to keep getting hotter as this game goes on.
Feels like early September as Dolenchek swing pass, caught, tackled right away by the Lancers was Norton and Marcus Janofin, the speedy defensive back. No gain on that play.
Yeah, you say it feels like early September. There's no clouds in the sky, pretty much, very little wind. It's hot. If there weren't so many leaves on the ground and the colors of the trees changing, you'd think it was September.
Indeed. 2nd and 10. Here comes Norton in motion from left to right. Swing pass to him, has a block, and he'll be tackled near the 35-yard line. You can hear holding being yelled, but no flags on the field, and fans letting their opinions be known. And I think some of the coaches on the sideline for Mount Marty were signaling the same thing.
Yeah, Josh Simmons kind of had a hand on Gaetani there, wrapped him up.
Quick snap, Cole, 1st down run to the left side. He's across the 40, slips a tackle at the 45 to midfield, dodges a man. He's at Mount Marty's 40, now tackled at the 37-yard line. What a run by Ryan Cole. And once again, Morningside gets to the line quickly and snaps it. And they're going into hurry-up mode. They're not giving this Lancer defense a chance to breathe. Quick snap. Cole runs it up the middle, has a hole across the 35 to the 30, puts his shoulder down, and he'll get to the 29, call it a gain of 8.
That dude's running angry to start this ball game. Those last couple of runs have just been lowering the shoulder, smash mouth football, making people miss. He's been running angry out there, getting yards.
End of the first quarter, Morningside 21, Mount Marty nothing. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Chris Sautel at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day. We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
Get ready to start the second quarter of play here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. It's Morningside 21, Mount Marty nothing. The teams switch ends of the field. Morningside now driving right to left on your radio dial. Second down and short coming up for the Mustangs. Receivers either side, double tight end set. New running back in, that's Freeberg. He takes the handoff, runs to his right, has an angle. He'll get across the 25 to the 24. Bryson Freeberg, the junior out of Neola, Iowa, gets the first down here. First half stats just handed to us. If we get a moment, we will give you an update on those as a couple of Lancers check out, including Mortensen, and he was holding his left arm, and that is not a good sign. Pickthorn also checking out on the defensive side of the ball for the Lancers. First down and 10 from the Lancers 24. Dolenchek has time, throws over the middle, got a man, and it is going to be incomplete, knocked away from his receiver in the end zone by Ivy. And the intended receiver was Simmons.
Yeah, that was a great job by Tyler Ivy. That was a touchdown. It was in the hands of the wide receiver. Ivy knocked it out as he came down to the ground. Tyler Ivy saved the Lancers 6 points.
Quickly, the Mustangs come to the line of scrimmage. They're not wasting time with 3 receivers out to the left-hand side, 1 out to the right. Play action, throw, caught. Going to be a first down on a nifty move by Johnson. He circles around the defender and runs down the right sideline into the end zone. Touchdown, Mustangs on a nifty move by Austin Johnson. Just sidestepped the man, circled around, and just ran down the sideline.
Exactly what it was. Just juke one player when you're out on an island alone, and you got a straight shot to the end zone.
Another touchdown, the third passing touchdown of the day for Joe Dolenchek.
Dolenchek is 10 of 12, 179 yards and 3 touchdowns in this first half. 30 seconds into the second quarter.
This team can strike very, very quickly. Here comes Carter for the point after kick, and it is over the stands and out into the street. It is good. 14:30 left to go. Second quarter, 28-0. Mustangs on top of the Lancers. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Purchasing a home in a competitive market can be frustrating. Having to make quick decisions is stressful. That's why it's important to be guided by an experienced real estate professional. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and as an agent with more than 15 years of experience, I'll guide you through the home buying process and give you information necessary to make the right decisions in your home search. Call me today at 664-5555.
7 plays, 73 yards on that last possession for the Mustangs. They score on a 24-yard pass from Dolenchek to Johnson. It's 28-0. Mustangs on top of Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Toon. Great to have you here. Some quick check of those first quarter stats.
Yeah, in terms of total plays and yards, Mount Marty's ran 22 plays for 69 total yards. Morningside has run 16 at the end of that first half, so I believe 18 now, 240-some yards, 4 touchdowns.
Miyazawa calls for a fair catch at the 5-yard line, and the Mustangs will get it first and 10 at the 25. Some more stats for us here.
Some of the individual ones with Mount Marty. Clayton Byer has started this game 6 of 15 for 46 yards and 1 interception. Tyree Morrison has ran 3 times for 19 yards. Isaiah Thompson 4 times for 1 yard. Trey Hansen, 2 catches for 20 yards. Jonah Miyazawa, 2 catches for 16 yards. Morningside, Joe Dolenchek, 10 of 12, 179 through the air with 3 touchdowns as well. Ryan Cole, 5 runs for 54 yards and a touchdown.
First down and 10 Lancers. They move from left to right on your radio dial. 1 man in the backfield. They'll hand it off to him. And I believe that is Thompson with the ball as he gets swallowed up. But he got a good carry of a little over 5 yards. Yep, that was Thompson with the ball.
One more individual stat. Austin Johnson, wide receiver for Morningside, 123 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns.
In the first quarter.
In the first quarter.
Wow. Second down and 4 coming up. Miyazawa goes in motion from right to left. Pistol formation. Thompson stands behind his quarterback. He'll take the handoff, run to his left, tries moving the pile. He'll get maybe 2 yards on the play, sets up third down and 2. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Lancer Sports brought to you courtesy of Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers, and perfect for whatever happens. Get some today. 3rd down and 2. Here comes Herman into the game. He'll be at a wide out on the left-hand side. Miyazawa. Vegans out on the right. Thompson stands to the right side of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 13-20 and counting second quarter. Lancers down 28-0. Byer barks out the signals. Fakes the handoff. Wants to throw over the middle, and he's going to try to throw it. He is in the grasp, though. That is a quarterback sack for the Mustangs. Getting the sack was Zach McKee, the senior out of Haywarden, Iowa. And the Lancers will have to punt it away.
Byer's been under pressure through most of this ball game. They haven't got him until then. Down for the first sack, 28-0 they lead by, still pressing real hard defensively.
Fitzgerald stands inside his own 10 at his 8-yard line. Payne dropping back to his own 30 to receive this upcoming punt. 12:35 and counting here in quarter number 2. 2 seconds on the clock. They just snap it. Here comes the pressure, but they get it away. A good punt by Fitzgerald. Payne bobbles it, and he collects it back at the 32-yard line. A lucky bounce there for Morningside.
Yeah, the bounce itself, that was absolutely lucky. It came out as he was hit, and it hit the ground, and as he's falling to the ground with a Mount Marty player on his back, the ball bounces back into his arms, so Morningside will have possession of it.
Mount Marty football today brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Mustangs, 1st down and 10 from their own 32-yard line. Will send out a man in motion, play action. Dolencheck throws, tapped, almost intercepted. Incomplete, intended for Norton at the 42-yard line. Middleton in the action there, along with, I believe it was Tyler Ivy.
No, that was Gaetani out in
Gaetani.
coverage there. Gaetani had his hands on it, but it was tipped once again by Middleton. He couldn't quite bring it in. Would have been a huge play for the Lancers.
Cole on the run, barrels ahead across the 35 to the 38-yard line, sets up 3rd down and 4. Quickly the Mustangs come to the line of scrimmage. 1 receiver to the right, 2 out to the left. 1 tight end on the left-hand side. Play action, throw, catch. Norton catches it at the 45, tackled at the 46-yard line on the quick strike pass. 1st down, Mustangs.
Well, Mount Marty has forced a couple of 3rd downs here in this ball game, but Morningside is now 4 of 4, 100% conversion on 3rd down in this ball game.
Kind of typical for them, and the way they're operating with the hurry-up offense, it is just really taking a toll on this Lancer defense.
And it's a hot day for Lancer defense that's been on the field for a long time.
5 wide receivers. Dolencheck drops back. Plenty of time. Loads up. Throws the home run ball intended for Norton, but it's over his head. Incomplete inside the 10-yard line. Back there providing coverage was Avery Rice.
Yeah, Zach Norton kind of pulled up on that route 20 yards downfield. I don't think he thought he was getting the ball thrown his way on that one. Realized the ball was in the air, put the speed back on, but by that time it was too late. Ball sailed.
2nd down and 10 coming up. 11:28 left to go until halftime. Morningside up 28-0. 2nd down and 10. 4 wide receivers, 2 each side. Dolencheck throws over the middle. Got a man. Simmons caught in Lancer territory. Lunges ahead to the 40-yard line. That'll be a 1st down. And quickly they come to the line of scrimmage. They're playing like they're 28 points behind instead of 28 points ahead. But that's the way they run their offense. Dolencheck throws, quick out pass, caught. Simmons inside the 30. Stutter step at the 25, inside the 20. Pulled down near the 16-yard line, where they're going to say his knee hit down at the 17. 1st down and 10, Morningside.
You know, you say they're playing like they're down 28 instead of ahead. That's one of the reasons why they're so good. They always play to score every time they get the ball, always looking to get yardage.
1st down and 10. Handoff, Cole to the left side, has a hole, makes a man miss. He's inside the 15, to the 10, to the 5, touchdown. Touchdown, Ryan Cole on a great run. And Morningside's offense firing on all cylinders. And you can just tell that Lancer defense is tired. Some missed tackles out there. And if you miss a guy like Cole, he's listed 5'11", 190. I think he's bigger than that.
He certainly might be. He runs
like he's
bigger
6'2", 200, and he's quick. Point after kick on the way is good. 10:45 left to go. Second quarter, 35-0. Mustangs on top. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. First Chiropractic Centers, whole health with hands-on healing, with offices in Yankton, Scotland, Hardington, Tyndall, and Wagner.
Well, it took Morningside about a minute 40 to score. 7 plays, 68 yards. Cole officially listed 16 yards on that touchdown run. And it's 35-0 in favor of Morningside over Mount Marty. Tehl Tanner is his name. My name is Steve Thum. We are here at Crane-Youngworth Field on a hot Saturday afternoon in late October. Yes, it is hot here today. 73 at kickoff. We'll check the temperature here in the moment. Kickoff underway, and Morrison is going to call for the fair catch inside the 5-yard line. Yeah, 73 degrees when we kicked off today. Supposed to hit a high of 83 on the afternoon. We'll see where we're at currently. Here as we're getting a weather update, 79 currently here in Yankton right now.
It's just steadily risen and risen throughout this ball game. We got highs of 83, 84 today. I think we might hit that.
Yeah, it was in the 40s overnight, and we're having a big rise in temperature today. It will last through the weekend, and we'll get back to normal on Monday. Temperatures back in the 50s.
I gotta wonder if we're gonna set some heat records this weekend.
Wouldn't be surprised. Play action. Byer rolls out to his right, throws on the run, incomplete to the right sideline and out of bounds.
Yeah, Byer was hoping that Herman was going to cut that route short, come back. He was covered deep in double coverage. Byer, another young wide receiver, another young quarterback throwing to a young wide receiver there. Herman was hoping to cut that route short. Might have been able to get something back shoulder.
Second down and 10. 10:40 left to go. Second quarter, Mustangs up 35-0. Two receivers out to the right side. Now Vegans comes in motion. H-back on the right side. Morrison in the game. He'll get the handoff. Angle to his right. He slips, and no gain on the play. Third down coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference. ExplorersCU.com, where the focus is on people, not profits. Third down and 10. Again, this is a situation you want to stay out of if you're Mount Marty, especially with a freshman quarterback on the field, regardless of who the opponent is. Two receivers out on the left-hand side. Morrison was moving. Now Riken shifts over. Now Morrison slips out of the backfield. Straight drop back. Here comes the pressure. Byer's going to tuck it and run. Slips from one linebacker, but not another one. Takes a big hit. He dropped the football. Was he down? They're going to say Mount Marty football at the 32-yard line. It will bring up a fourth down. It's a big hit by Byer on the scramble.
Yeah, that was a close one, too. Ball definitely came out, but it was after the knee hit the ground. So Byer is down on that scramble. Took a big shot there, 3 yards short of the 6.
And if you're wondering, Jace Manker, the freshman out of Mobile, Iowa, is listed as the backup, and he was the backup earlier in the season. Fourth down means a punting situation. Maine drops back to his own 25-yard line. Snap on target. Fitzgerald, punt, hangs up in the air, bounces around the 40, takes a Mount Marty bounce, and will trickle down to the 30-yard line. That's where it's down, and the Mustangs have the ball there. First down and 10. Lancer football today brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland on Broadway in Yankton. We'll get you updates from around the conference and around the country coming up at halftime. Halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. From the 30-yard line, first down and 10, Mustangs. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. It's a handoff. Freeberg up the middle. Bryson Freeberg gets to the 32-yard line. Call it a gain of 2. Junior with 141 yards coming into today. And we have an injured player on the field, and it is a Lancer player back lying flat on the ground. Can't see the uniform number. Happened right at the point of impact. Stops the clock with 8:45 left to go here in the second quarter. Morningside up 35-0. They have looked like a juggernaut. His helmet being thrown off by the player in frustration. Trying to see who that is as the trainers have come out onto the field. Both teams have retreated to their respective sidelines. Is that Tomasi?
I believe that might be Tomasi down there. It was a defensive lineman, I believe, number 3.
Yep, Tavita Tomasi, senior out of Brentwood, California. He has been so key to this defense. 20 tackles, 1 fumble recovery coming into today, and he is getting up and slowly walking off the field, thankfully under his own power, holding his left shoulder. Let's hope he's okay. The Lancers have an extensive injury list today, and they cannot afford to add many more players to it. Second down and 8 coming up for Morningside, the number 1 team in the land. 3 of the last 4 national championships reside in the trophy case down in Sioux City. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Shotgun formation. And it's going to be play action. Throw over the middle. It's going to be short hop. Was it caught by Johnson? They're going to give it to him at the 42-yard line. First down and 10 on a great catch by Johnson. I'm not sure if that hit the turf first. Now 4 wide receivers out on the right-hand side. 1 out to the left. Empty backfield. Straight drop back. Looking to the right. Bubble screen caught by Norton. Slips a man, but he gets across the 45 to the 48-yard line. And again, the Mustangs operating in this hurry-up offense mode with 8 minutes left to go here in the second quarter. They're up 35-0 over the Mount Marty Lancers. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Pistol formation. Play action. Dolenchek has time. Throws the home run ball down this right sideline. Incomplete. Intended for Norton at the 10-yard line. Double coverage down there.
Norton's already caught 1 touchdown pass today. He's caught 7 balls for 49 at total yards in this ballgame.
That's the thing about Morningside. When you look at their numbers at the first half, it's like full game for most other teams in the country.
And it is. That's what you get when you play the number 1 team in the country here in Morningside. This is what they look like most of the time when they step on the field.
Third down and 4. 1 running back in the backfield to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 3 receivers to the left. 1 out to the right. Dolenchek looks to the sideline. 2 seconds on the play clock. Can he get it off in time? They will. Almost a delay of game time. Throw down the field. Incomplete. Intended for Johnson at the 20-yard line. He was open, but the pass beyond him incomplete.
And we talk about this Morningside team and some of the scores we've seen. We've seen 49-21, a 59-23, 47-12, 70-17, and last week 59-7. This Morningside team is just so incredibly high-powered, and a lot of the points they allow come in the fourth quarter when their starters are off the field.
4th down coming up, and here's a rare punt for the Mustangs. Justin McElligott is the punter. He stands at his own 34-yard line. Miyazawa back deep at his own 10. Snap on target. Kick will be to Miyazawa at the 10. He's got a little room. Runs to his left, and he'll get about 3 yards on the return. And that's about it. Maybe they'll give him the forward progress to the 14. That's where the Lancers will have it 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. Lancers have the ball with 7:28 left to go quarter number 2. Morningside 35, Lancers nothing, in case you're just joining us here. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Great to have you along for the ride on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Byer has Thompson standing behind him in the pistol formation. 1st and 10 from their own 14. Play action, bubble screen. Caught. Miyazawa has room. Down at the 20. Pushed out near the 25-yard line on the right sideline. Good little bubble screen there by the Lancers.
Lancers trying to get something going offensively here. Yet to get on the board here in this first half. Trying to get some points before halftime.
They'll give him just enough yardage to the 24. That's going to be a Lancer first down. Byer brings him up. 2 receivers in tight on the left-hand side. Thompson up the middle, has a hole into the secondary, runs into his own blocker across the 30. That was Herman, and he's brought down at the 33-yard line. Good gain. 2nd and short, about 2 yards coming up for the Lancers.
Once again, Isaiah Thompson entering this ball game with over 500 yards rushing, averaging 4.6 yards a carry on 106 rushes. Very good season thus far.
2nd and short coming up. Byer looks over the defense. 2 receivers to his left, 1 out to his right. Play action, throws over the middle. Herman off his fingertips, incomplete at the 15 or at the 45-yard line. One of the assistant coaches running downfield, holding his hands to his head, because if Herman catches that, he may be still running. He may hit his head on the goalpost.
Yeah, that very well could have ended in 6 points for Mount Marty if Herman is able to get his hands in on that ball. He was able to get him on it, but couldn't just bring him in.
Penalty, our first of the game. Ineligible receiver downfield on the offense. 5-yard penalty, and they'll replay the down. And believe it or not, here was 6:21 left to go in the second quarter. That's our first penalty of the game.
It's been very clean so far, very clean football. But I guess even if Herman had taken that to the house, it would have been called back.
Yep, it would have been called back. So would not have mattered. But just, I don't know which assistant coach it was running down the sideline, but they were like, oh my goodness. You could just read his body language. It's like we were so close to putting points on the board. But again, the penalty would have wiped it out as Thompson takes it on the run on 2nd down. And 7 becomes 3rd down and 5.
3rd down for
Mount Marty will look to the sideline for a play. Lancer football today brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Under 6 minutes to go until halftime. 3rd down and 5. Pistol formation, 3 receivers to the left. Miyazawa, check that Herman out on an island to the right. Play action, slant, tipped, incomplete. Intended for Herman over the middle, but that was tipped at the line. Logan Maycumber providing the coverage defensively for the Mustangs.
Might have been Logan Schulke, the senior defensive lineman at Greenwood, Nebraska, that might have been the one that got a hand on that one, was in the area.
And that brings up 4th down and another punt for the Lancers. Fitzgerald stands at his own 15. And Payne bracking up to his own 30 to receive for the Mustangs. Snap on target. Here comes the pressure. Just got it away. High. Fair catch called for by Payne. And he's bumped into by Manzares. But he just tapped him on the shoulder pad saying, it's all right, it's all right. And so no flag there. As there should be no flag there.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to come in. He stopped his momentum. And that was Cole Manzares, I should say. And just tapped him on the shoulder pads and on the helmet. Says, okay, and nothing there.
It's all right, it's all right, you're all right. It's like, don't tell Mom you're all right. We're good.
1st down and 10. Morningside goes to the air, a swing out bubble screen to Norton. He's across midfield down the right sideline and pushed out of bounds in Lancer territory near the 40-yard line on a quick strike pass. So much speed on this Morningside team, and when they go into hurry up, they're very tough to stop. Dolenchek brings them up to the line quickly. 2 receivers either side. Colin at running back. Play action. Bubble screen. Johnson catches it at the 40. Slips a man. Almost tore his jersey off inside the 30. Goes Johnson, and he'll be tackled near the 28. Boy, his jersey stretched for about 3 yards in and of itself.
Yeah, Avery Rice was on the ground with a hold of his jersey, and he was still running downfield. The jersey stayed back with Rice.
Play action, throws. Simmons catches it at the 25 inside the 20, makes a man miss. He'll get inside the 15 to the 14. And of course, I have to make references to the old tearaway jerseys they used to have back in the NFL in the early 80s. Of course, they got rid of those years ago. Tearaway jersey. The jerseys would tear, and if you want to see an example, look up, it's on YouTube, Earl Campbell, the Hall of Famer for the Oilers, against the Rams, the infamous tearaway jersey game. He was trying to be tackled, and he just pulled away from guys. They grabbed onto his jersey. The jersey tore, and Earl Campbell kept going. Handoff. Cole to the left-hand side, has a hole, dances around a tackler, into the end zone, touchdown. 13-yard run.
You know, we've been singing our praises for these running backs for Morningside. Ryan Cole, 540 yards on the season coming into this one, averages 5 yards a carry, 10 touchdowns. That's coming into this ball game, adds another one there.
Here comes Carter for another point after kick. Coming into the game, Carter was 41 of 42 on PATs. Very strong leg for this young man. Gets plenty of practice the way this team scores. Another point after kick here. Snap is good. Kick on the way. Right down Broadway. It is good. 42-0. Mustangs on top of the Lancers. 4:20 left to go until halftime. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
You can depend on Vision Insurance Group to help you look at the big picture. Committed to helping South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, and North Dakota residents assess their immediate and long-term needs and help you choose options that will help you achieve your goals. When you want to explore options for protecting your home, personal property, or financial future, Vision Insurance Group is available to answer your questions. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com. Vision Insurance Group. Live in the vision.
This is KYNT 102.1 FM, 1450 AM. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is Mount Marty Football. Today, and it's been all visiting team, the Morningside Mustangs looking every bit the number 1 team in the land. 4:20 left to go until halftime. They're up 42-0. High end over end kick. Morrison will let it sail into the end zone for a touchback. I'll have to extrapolate a little more of the old tearaway jerseys. They used to have those back in the late 70s, and I know I'm dating myself, late 70s, early 80s, and the jerseys would tear when they were stressed. And so the jerseys would end up tearing. Of course, you know, that wasn't good because guys would be playing, you know, half the game with half-torn jersey. So they initially, I believe, did it for player safety, but it turned out to be not so good an idea. However, it did lead to some great highlights of guys pulling away from tackles and seeing that jersey tear away.
Yeah, for
of
sure.
course, the image I always remember is the great Oiler running back Earl Campbell, who is, if you don't know who he is, look him up, folks. He was a beast. Handoff, Thompson to the right, pushed out of bounds near the 28-yard line, gain of 3 there for Thompson.
Now, last drive out, we sang our praises for Ryan Cole with 540 yards rushing on the season on 109 rushing attempts. Let's take a look at Isaiah Thompson. 106 rushing attempts, only 3 less on the season, with 503 yards entering this ball game. These two are less than 3 carries apart, less than 40 yards apart. They are really neck and neck. Very good running backs in the GPAC, Isaiah Thompson and Ryan Cole.
Here comes Miyazawa in motion across the formation from left to right. Second down, handoff. Thompson again to his right, gets nothing on that play. By the way, that last Morningside drive was 4 plays, 58 yards, a minute 14 time of possession. And third down coming up, and Thompson appears to be shaken up a bit. He gingerly walks off to the sideline. Morrison will replace him with 3:18 and counting until halftime. It's Morningside 42, Mount Marty nothing. Herman's going to come in, and he'll be as a receiver out on the right-hand side with Miyazawa. Byer has 7 seconds to get the play off. Sets him down. Pistol formation. Morrison clears out of the backfield. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Throws down the sideline over everybody's head at midfield. Intended for Reichen, incomplete. Double coverage out there. And again, everyone will, has that shock and awe of the Morningside offensive numbers, and with good reason, but don't discount that defensive unit for the Mustangs. They are very, very good as well.
Yeah, they're only giving up 18 points per game is this Morningside defense on the season. Very, very good, very, very effective, allowing only 100 rushing yards per game as well.
Fitzgerald to punt, standing at his own 12-yard line. Payne back at his own 40. Here comes the pressure, short punt. It's going to bounce near midfield, but it takes a Morningside, or rather a Mount Marty bounce out of bounds inside the 40. Might be around the 39, and it is. This Morningside defense is so good. I think, we were earlier before we went on the air, we were talking about the Iowa Hawkeyes and their offensive woes. I think I would have trouble scoring against the Morningside team here. Their defense is that good. Of course, Iowa's offense is just very much
on the
not
other side
good.
Of good.
Yeah, as in, the Hawkeye, and I know there's Hawkeye fans listening. Hey, I'm a Hawkeye fan too, but that offense, not good, folks. Not good. We'll get updates at halftime here on all college football scores, and here's a swing-out pass, tackled for a loss, as that was Payne on the little swing-out pass, and a great tackle out in the open field by one of the reserves. That was Davin Quayle coming in at a linebacker position, making a great play.
That's the place kicker for the Mount Marty Lancers.
He is a backup linebacker, has seen limited action, but made a great play there. Second down, play action, Dolenchek throws, caught out on the left-hand side and shoving out of bounds is one of the backup receivers. That is Lennox Brown. He is a sophomore out of Council Bluffs. So some of those reserves getting in here. That is Lennox Brown. Check that, first down and 10 at midfield. Dolenchek wants to load up and throw the home run ball. Got a man, and it's caught by Johnson. Touchdown on a beautifully thrown ball. Wow.
Just put it right in the breadbasket, 50 yards downfield. You can't ask for more than that, and it's so hard to defend. It was a perfect ball from what is going to be a National Player of the Year candidate for the second year in a row. Dolenchek, man, nobody has been able to stop this man through his entire career. He's lost one game in college.
As a starter.
That's one game in college.
And that was in the semifinals a couple of years ago to Northwestern, with 16 seconds left to go in the game. Of course, Northwestern advanced to the national championship game where they lost to Lindsey Wilson. Point after kick is good by Carter. 49-0. 1:56 left to go until halftime. Mustangs on top. We're back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Play 61 yards, time of possession about 50 seconds, and Morningside strikes again, and they're up 49-0 over the Lancers. And Mustangs looking to extend their winning streak and maintain their number one status. They're in control of this game on the road here for the Mustangs here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton. Kickoff happening by Lane Nelson, and it goes into the end zone for a touchback. And this Morningside team has just been a juggernaut for so long. It used to be the University of Sioux Falls that ruled the roost in this conference. Morningside was always the team trying to catch them. Of course, USF moved up to Division II. That was about 11 years ago now. And Morningside has been the top team in this conference pretty much every year since. Some teams have challenged them, like Northwestern. Doane had a run at them where I believe they beat them one year and tied them, I think, near the top of the conference standings. But, boy, it's been just everybody trying to catch Morningside in this conference for a decade plus. And they've added 3 national championships to their roster as well, or to their trophy case, and we have a whistle. And I believe we probably have a procedure call here against the Lancers. Not too many penalties today. Nope, going to be delay a game against the Lancers. And it'll be 1st and 15 for Mount Marty. They have 2 timeouts left here with 1:56 left to go until halftime.
Yeah, delay a game is tough on that one. It's your first play of the drive. Got to be able to get out and get off the ball.
Miyazawa comes in motion, now goes back. Jaden Harach into the game, running up the middle, gets about a yard, and that's all. Of course, University of Sioux Falls had a great run, a number of national championships. They move up. They're in the Northern Sun Conference. They have excelled in a number of sports, and Morningside, of course, has been, well, they've been kind of the standard bearer for this conference in a lot of different sports over the many years.
They absolutely have. Morningside just across the board, football, basketball, every major sport they are very, very good in.
Comes Vegans in motion, play action pass tipped in. It's going to be intercepted. Intercepted by Walls. He's inside the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown. Walls. Dijon Walls on the pass that was tipped at the line of scrimmage. I think it was Pingle who got a hand on it, and it deflects into the hands of a defensive back, and the Mustangs defense scores here with 1:18 left. And a few groans coming from the Mount Marty faithful here, and yes, this Morningside team is just that good.
They are, in fact, just that good. 55-0 here, first half. This is only the second year of Mount Marty's football program in its existence. Second year they're on the field, and Morningside is number 1.
And displaying it. Kick is good, and that makes it 56-0. Morningside on top, 1:18 left to go until halftime. Back with another kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh is the stop to make any time of the day. Enjoy breakfast items, made-to-order sandwiches, burgers, and more from the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Daily $5 meal specials are from 11 to 7, and find convenient on-the-go meal offerings and select grocery staples, including fresh produce and fresh bakery items, too. There's something for everyone at Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh of Yankton.
Shop Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
Well, we knew it was going to be a tough challenge today for the Lancers, and it certainly has been that and more, as Morningside, looking every bit the number 1 team in the land, 56-0. We're in the second quarter, 1:18 left to go until halftime. That's their lead over the Mount Marty Lancers. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Another kickoff coming up here for Chase Carter, place kicker for the Mustangs, and he will send it end over end into the end zone. Touchback.
As we talk about this Morningside team, you know, we talk about how they're number 1 and the Lancers are certainly struggling, but one of the things that we haven't talked about as much since the pregame is the Lancers are just injured. They are missing so many key players, including their starting quarterback on the season, who is 5th in the GPAC in terms of yards. He is having a very, very good season as Ken Gay. He is not active today, rolling with a freshman quarterback who's making his first career start in Clayton Beyer, and he's making his first career start against the number 1 team in the nation. That is a tough thing to do.
He'll be in the pistol formation on 1st and 10 from his own 25-yard line. Harach is going to handle the football, and he is tackled right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. And let's see if the Lancers want to do anything. We might have an injury, and we do. Player down. Looks like when it's the Mustangs. And on the flip side of the ledger there, if you're Steve Ryan and your coaching staff, you know, you have to be careful about your starters, because when you're up 56-0 here before the break, you're going to see a lot of backups. A few starters in there, but the last thing you want to be is Morningside lose one of your key players on either side of the line when you have this big of a lead, as we're trying to find out who it is injured for Morningside. I believe it is one of their defensive linemen, Brady Schlager, the sophomore out of Spencer, Iowa, who is their starter. They're looking at his leg as he is down right at the line of scrimmage, and he'll have to be helped up. I thought it was Schlager. Let me see. Player's going to have to be helped. No, it is not Schlager. It is Logan Schulke. Senior has seen quite a bit of playing time out of Greenwood, Nebraska, and he is going to have to be helped off the field. Don't like seeing this.
No, you don't. As you said, it's one of those things where you're leading 56-0, minute 10 left on the clock in the first half. If I'm Coach Ryan, I'm not playing pretty much any of my key starters in the second half. You don't want to lose anybody ever, but you especially don't want to lose any of your key players when you're up 56-0.
Second down and 10 coming up for the Lancers. They're on their own 25-yard line, coming up on the 1-minute mark. As the Mustangs have most of their starters out there and key reserves defensively. Byer looking to the sideline. Yeah. He still has plenty of time, and Mount Marty appears to be in no hurry whatsoever. Can't blame them. They probably just want to run one more play and then head into the locker room. As Byer is going to set him down. Send 2 men out to the right, 1 out to the left. Harach in at running back, the freshman. He'll put Miyazawa in motion. Handoff up the middle. Harach with the ball. He gets smothered after about a 1-yard gain. And the Lancers should not have to run another play here to wind down quarter number 2. They appear to be in no hurry. 14 seconds left on the game clock, and yep, I believe they're heading for the sideline here. They don't need to run another play. And we are going to head to the break. It's been all Mustangs, 56-0 over the Mount Marty Lancers. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and have the halftime show. It's brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. Morningside 56, Mount Marty nothing. Back with the halftime show in 2 minutes right here on KYNT.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Football is back. So do you know what that means? It means Checkers is open every day of the week. That's right, you can get Checkers delicious wings daily and catch all the football action. Every Monday night, enjoy $5 cheeseburgers and fries. Grab your friends, bring your family, and head on down to Checkers. Open 11 to 11 daily. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill on Walnut, just north of 4th Street in Yankton.
Not every beer has a backstory, but this one sure does. Introducing Dakota Thirst, a new honey lager brewed locally with a touch of South Dakota honey. For every beer sold, $1 goes to the South Dakota Community Foundation. Cheers to you, South Dakota. Learn more at firstdakotabeer.com. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
At the Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service, you have many options on how to memorialize and remember your loved ones. For those families choosing cremation, we are offering a new and unique option to the Yankton area. We will be constructing a walk-in columbarium built completely out of granite in the Garden of Memory Cemetery. This columbarium consists of indoor glass front and outdoor granite front niches, creating a permanent and secure place to visit, to remember, and to honor your loved one. For more information, visit our columbarium page at winsrayfuneralhome.com.
And And welcome back to Crane-Youngworth Field. We are at halftime of today's football game, and it has been all Morningside in the first half. Number one team in the land leads Mount Marty 56-0 here at the break. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. In a moment, we're going to have the game stats brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. The stats just handed to us here, and needless to say, it's all favoring the visiting team here today, the Morningside Mustangs, the defending national champions and number one team in the land, and they have looked every bit of that and maybe a little bit more. As Tehl, what's the early examination of the numbers telling us?
Well, the early examination shows Morningside is just throwing the ball, and they're throwing it extremely effectively. They only ran the ball 11 times in that first half. Morningside has definitely become a pass-first team here, as they have Dolanchek, who is likely the best quarterback in the nation in the entire NAIA. And Dolanchek in this first half, 21 of 27, 346 yards, 4 touchdowns. That's through one half of play.
Wow.
In terms of running stats for Morningside, Ryan Cole has 90 yards on 8 carries, averaging 11 yards per carry with 3 touchdowns in there as well. Go to Mount Marty. They have ran the ball 19 times for a net of 43 yards. They've gotten 5 first downs. Clayton Byer, the freshman quarterback, is 7 of 20 for 56 yards and 2 interceptions in the day. Tyree Morrison is 4 rushes for 19 yards. Jaden Harach has 3 for 2, and Isaiah Thompson has 10 rushes for 26 total yards. Leading receivers for the Lancers, Trey Hansen has 2 catches for 20 yards. Miyazawa 3 catches for 26 yards. Rex Ryken also has 1 for 7. Isaiah Thompson 1 for 3. Receiving stats for Morningside, starting off with Austin Johnson, who might be on his way to a Player of the Week nod. 7 receptions, 195 yards, 3 touchdowns in the first half. Zach Norton, 8 receptions, 66 yards, 1 touchdown.
And Joshua Simmons also 4 catches for 74 yards in that first half.
Yep.
When I examine the team stats, first down and number of first downs and third down efficiency is what caught my eye, and it's all favoring Morningside as they're just, again, looking like a well-oiled machine.
They really were just a well-oiled machine. They had 22 first downs in that first half. They were forced to go to third down 5 times, and they converted 4 of those, so 80% on third down. They only punted 1 time this ballgame so far.
Number of plays was pretty even. 38 for the Mustangs, 39 for Mount Marty. Mount Marty has 99 yards of total offense. Morningside, 455 yards of total offense on 1 less play run from scrimmage than the Lancers. That is just unbelievable.
Absolutely insane. It's the number 1 team in the nation. Lancers, once again, are injured, missing their starting quarterback today, along with many others on the offensive line, some running backs, a lot of key defensive players as well. But yeah, Morningside is number 1, and they look like number 1.
Of course, this has been said time and time again. The most misleading stat in football is time of possession. Mount Marty, 19 minutes, 32 seconds. Morningside, 10 minutes, 28 seconds. Their offense put up 49 points in 10 and a half minutes of football. They got 1 defensive touchdown on a pick 6. That is just unbelievable amount of offense in such a short period of time.
Yeah,
but they are operating very, very quickly as they are averaging 12.8 yards per pass play, 2.8 for the Lancers.
I'm looking at the, as we talk time of possession and how it can be misleading, one of the reasons is they're scoring so fast. For example, Morningside's longest touchdown drive of the day was 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Wow. What about the 2-minute drill? It is Morningside on top, 56-0 here at the break. The halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. While we got a moment here, why don't we check on some of the scores. that we have in the GPAC. We'll check those scores first here, and then we'll take a timeout. And we got some more stuff to tell you about in a moment. First off, let's check out those GPAC scores. What do you got, Tehl?
Check out the GPAC scores. Dort and Concordia at halftime, 7-7 tie game in that one. Hastings leads Jamestown 10-0 early in the third. Northwestern is leading Doane 35-10, and Midland is up over Dakota Wesleyan 12-2 at the half.
And the scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. So we got an interview here at halftime. Tehl, inform us of who we're going to be hearing from.
Yeah, we're talking with Jeff Erickson for Lancer Nation. He's talking about everything going on at Mount Marty University, and we'll talk about it a little more after the break.
2-minute timeout coming your way right now. This is the halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic, where it's Morningside on top of the Lancers 56-0. Back with more in that interview after this 2-minute break right here on KYNT.
Weather changes can cause a small chip in your windshield to become a crack, or a small crack to become even larger. So if you've got a chipped or cracked windshield, trust Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton and the all-day, everyday $249 windshield replacement. That's right. Most windshields replace with the best replacement technology and top-quality materials for only $249. Don't let a chipped or cracked windshield impair your driving. Call Abra Auto Body and Glass today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81, Yankton.
Support a local business that supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, Triple Time Rudy's. At Triple Time Rudy's, you get that local friendly feel and also a unique offering of products. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers, plus quality fuel products too. Conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. Pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
Mount Marty Lancer Athletics on KYNT and KYNTV, courtesy of Michelob Ultra. Health-conscious drinkers, fitness enthusiasts, and athletes. Enjoy a light beer and keep that sleek physique you work for. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 carbs, Michelob Ultra is the superior light beer brewed with the perfect balance of Hercules hops and wholesome grains, producing a light citrus aroma and a crisp, refreshing finish. Michelob Ultra, available at your favorite place to buy beer.
You want peace of mind that you're healthy. Support your breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized breast cancer experts should you need it. Find a screening location near you at avera.org/breast.
All right, we're back in the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show. Let's go to Lancer Nation with Jeff Erickson. Speaking with Kelsey Hunoff this week at Mount Marty Discovery Days coming up. He's got the details.
Fall Discovery Day is this Saturday, starts at 10 a.m., and we are just inviting anyone who has an interest in Mount Marty, whether that's a high school senior, junior, sophomore. If you're looking to transfer, it's just a really good opportunity to get on campus, meet some students, meet some faculty, and kind of see what we have going on.
So you said Fall Discovery Day. Is there a winter? Is there a Spring Discovery Day as well?
We do, yes. We typically try to do every season, so if you miss this one, there's always going to be one coming up again.
And then individual campus visits are always a possibility.
That's right. Yep, we can do those anytime throughout the week. Individual campus visits are really the best way to check out campus. You get to meet with our student ambassadors, you get to meet with faculty, get a campus tour, and then we kind of walk through the whole application process one-on-one, and you can get all your questions answered.
Speaking of student ambassadors, you brought one with you. I'm going to let you introduce her this morning.
Yes, I brought along Ashanette. She's one of our all-star admission ambassadors here, always one of the first to volunteer, and is just a really good representative of campus.
Hi, Ashanette.
Hi.
From New Mexico, I find that fascinating. Maybe because it's just so far away. Does it get cold like this in New Mexico?
Yeah, because I'm right by the Colorado border, so I see some winters there too.
So it's not always 95 degrees, maybe.
Unfortunately not.
So what brought you to Mount Marty? I'm always fascinated to find out the path of a student and how they get here.
I was also offered a track scholarship, so I am here on a track scholarship. And then just the community that my coach kind of talked about when I was getting recruited, the sense of community here at the Mount Marty campus, it's always been, like, you can just feel it when it's talked about. And then when I got here, immediately I felt like it was home.
And it still does? And you're a junior?
I am a junior. I'm a nursing student. Yeah, it still feels like home, and I'm getting more involved every single year, so I'm enjoying it.
Well, I'm a big track and field fan. What events are you in?
I'm primarily a multi, but I can do anything from 200 to the 400 and hurdles.
That field house was a nice little addition, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I've heard stories about them just using a hallway and some turf, so I'm very lucky. My class, when we came in, we had the field house fresh.
You like to visit with new students that are coming to check out Mount Marty for the first time, I imagine, as a student ambassador, that it fits you well?
Yeah, I enjoy, kind of helping them decide where they want to have a college home, because I feel like that's what I was looking for when I was searching for a college, was somewhere where I could feel home. So it's nice to kind of meet them, and there's so many diverse students who come and look at Mount Marty. I think that's kind of the unique thing as well, is it's students from abroad and here home on the nation.
So do they come with their parents, or do they come alone? Do they mostly come as a group, or how does it work?
It kind of varies. Sometimes we have students who are lone rangers, and we also have students who come with their parents and families, brothers and sisters who have also attended Mount Marty. And then sometimes we do virtual visits as well. So we'll just take the phone around campus, and these are usually the ones that are coming from out of state or even abroad.
What are some of the most asked questions by students when they visit specifically Mount Marty?
I think for me, it's what made me come to Mount Marty, or how do I love Mount Marty, and just some simple questions. A lot of questions about the dorm rooms, but simply just the environment at Mount Marty.
How about moms and dads? Do they have different questions? Do they want to know different things?
Typically the class sizes, and then just general questions just about professors. It's always more geared towards the atmosphere and community about Mount Marty that offers.
What do you really like to show off? What parts of the tour are you excited to show prospective students?
The chapel is one, because it's so beautiful. The field house as well, as when I get there, because it's kind of like my second home, I guess you can say, at Mount Marty. I'm on the track hours every day, so that's probably the keeper right there, the track.
And how long does the tour take? If you're going to show them everything, how much time should they plan on?
Typically 30 to 45 minutes, just depending on where you're going and who you're seeing next.
Well, thank you, Ashanette, for visiting with us this morning about Discovery Days. Back to Kelsey, there's also something called Prestigious Academic Scholarship Days. What's that all about?
Yeah, Prestigious Academic Scholarship Days is an event that we have held for quite a while. We are revamping it a little bit in recent years. You qualify to come if you have a certain GPA of 3.5. You can come to campus, you get to interview with current faculty and compete for additional scholarship on top of any merit or talent scholarship that you've already been awarded. So it's a great kind of 2-for-1 opportunity to come check out campus, network with faculty, and earn a little extra money while you're on campus.
For more info on Discovery Day, you can call the Mount Marty Admissions Office at 605-668-1545 or visit mountmarty.edu/visit. This is the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show. Take a break, come back, finish it up.
United Way of Greater Yankton uplifts individuals and families with measurable programs that deliver long-term results. United, they confront the struggles, helping create pathways out of poverty, provide access to critical healthcare services, and offer opportunities for youth and adults to reach their full potential. You can help by making a donation at yanktonunitedway.org/give or by texting Yankton to 41444 today.
When you need to be sure, make it SureCo. Smart Trailer from SureCo is still the most complete line of electric accessories for your grain trailer. Smart accessories such as the 4500 Series HD electric tarp, Pro Trap and Auto Trap electric hopper doors, and the Drive Max Auger Drive Kit from SureCo both offer convenience and peace of mind for operators. When only the best will do, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us online at SureCo.com. Make it SureCo.
Ride further, ride faster. Ride with confidence on an electric Townie Go e-bike. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness. These electric bikes are easy and fun to use with ride power that will make you want to go forever. Whether you need a little push or you want the bike to do most of the work, the electric Townie Go combines comfort, stability, and performance, plus more affordable, truly making them the e-bike for everyone. Just get on and go with an electric Townie Go e-bike from Ace Bike and Fitness.
With a variety of crusts, sauces, and toppings, Pizza Ranch has legendary pizzas that will tempt every one of your taste buds. This is Annie at Yankton Pizza Ranch. From single toppings and create your own to ranch specialties, we invite you to come taste them all on the buffet or delivered to your door. Your locally owned Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
It's halftime here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton, and the number one team in the land out in front, 56-0. It's Morningside over Mount Marty, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. It is the halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. We checked out scores from the GPAC earlier. We're going to check out scoreboard for rest of college football. Scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, you make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. Tehl, what you got?
Yeah, taking a look at some of these games. Tennessee, who just knocked off Alabama, had to replace their goalposts, which I'm sure costed a lot of money. They are beating TN Martin right now, 65-21. Clemson just defeated Syracuse 27-21 in a top 15 matchup. Ohio State beat Iowa 54-10. Cincinnati is leading SMU 29-21 in the fourth quarter. Close game there. Some other ones are just getting started, like UCLA and Oregon, which is a matchup between 9 and 10. Mississippi State and Alabama, 24 and 6, are going to be playing a little later today.
Over in the Missouri Valley Conference, homecoming today over at the Dakota Dome in Vermilion. USD and Southern Illinois in the first quarter tied up at 7. In the fourth, it's Illinois State leading at Indiana State 27-14. Those are the only two games. South Dakota State is going to be kicking off here in about 20 minutes. They are playing at North Dakota today, so a big matchup there in the Mo Valley. But we're kind of talking about Iowa. They got their usual 10 points today, and they rely on their defense. Unfortunately, Ohio State put up a whole bunch of points on them today. That game was 16-10 at one point.
16-10.
16-10 in favor of Ohio State. It ends up 54-10 Buckeyes over the Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes definitely have some issues to deal with.
When we're talking about Clemson, I'm getting word from Braden Butler, our camera operator. He's telling me that Clemson was down at 21-10 before putting in their backup quarterback. They ended up winning 27-21, so a good decision.
Maybe a little quarterback controversy there for Clemson, who's definitely in the talk here of playoffs and maybe a national championship. They've been there before. In Tennessee over UT Martin here, 65-21 Tennessee, currently number 3 in the land. And of course, they're making some rumblings like they may be representing the SEC.
Yeah, if only they could afford goalposts.
Yeah, I think for the Tennessee fans, they hadn't beaten Alabama, I think, in 15 years. So they haven't beaten them in the Nick Saban era, and I think that they can say, we'll pay for those. We'll find the money.
Except they didn't. They were asking people for it. I don't know if you saw that. If
were they asking people for money?
They asked their community. They put out on social media, hey, can we get, it's expensive to replace these. Can you help us out? So that's why I'm saying this repeatedly, because it's funny to me.
Well, I'm sure there are donors, and they got of course, they're a Division I school, so they got pretty good donor base there. And considering why they had to replace them, I'm sure asking the alumni and donors for money for that probably wouldn't have been that big of an issue.
Worth it.
Here comes Davin Quayle with the kickoff to start the third quarter. And it is collected by Payne at the 20-yard line. He's got a hold on the left sideline across the 40 to the 45. And Michael Payne with a big return for Morningside. The second half of today's contest brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC.
Some of the other things with Mount Marty going on right now, the soccer programs are taking on Morningside on the road today. The women's soccer team is currently battling Morningside. I don't have a score on that one. We'll have a final here in a little bit. The men's game will get started within about an hour here.
Luke Johansson, the backup quarterback out of Bellevue, Nebraska, the freshman, he is in to run the offense here at the second half. As Joe Dolanchek's day is done, no surprise. Bubble screen goes out to Payne on the right side. He gets the midfield and struggles ahead to the 46-yard line of the Lancers. Decent gain of about 7 yards or so on that first down play, and we're going to see a lot of reserves here going forward for the Mustangs. They are up 56-0 here as we start the third quarter of play.
Now, what we're seeing right now is why Morningside is so good year after year. Because in the second half, they're able to get their second-string guys some playing time to where when they actually do have to come up and play in close games, they have experience. They know what they're doing.
It's going to be a handoff, and here's Cole, the starting running back, into the game, and he leaps over a defender, gets to the 39-yard line, first down. And I wonder how much longer we're going to see Ryan Cole in the game. And you mentioned it. Their reserves get so much playing time against the starting units of other teams. You know, when those seniors graduate, here come these juniors and sophomores, and they've already had plenty of playing time.
That's what Joe Dolanchek did. He was a freshman who had limited playing time, came in and won just after that. Luke Johansson is now the heir apparent. He's on the field right now.
He'll hand off to Freeberg. Bryson Freeberg will gain about 2 yards, and that's all straight up the middle. Yeah, it's one of those reasons why, what's the old saying, they don't rebuild, they reload. And the part of the reason they can reload so effectively is the playing time that these sophomores and freshmen get. These backup players get considerable varsity playing time for the Mustangs. So when they, like I said, when they move up, when they're the starters now, they aren't,
they're not green.
They're not green. They know what it's like to be in these games, playing quite often against the starting units for other teams. As Johansson wants to throw, and his pass is batted at the line of scrimmage, incomplete.
It's a great job by Cameron Middleton there, jumping up and getting a hold of that one, knocking it down for a split second. I thought he caught that instead of batting it down at the defensive line. That would have been a great play to start it, but a good play nonetheless on second down. Forces third and long for the Lancers.
Third down and long. John Carlstedt was in on that play. We'll talk about him in a moment. He's a sophomore defensive lineman, but not your typical sophomore. He's 26 years old. Freeberg clears out of the backfield, and penalty flags fly. 13:02 left.
When the offense is at the line of scrimmage, the music cannot be
Oh.
playing unless we are under 25.
A referee admonishing the PA guy here. They can't be blasting the music when the team comes up to the line of scrimmage. So, a little mistake by the PA guy there. I've run PA for games before, so I can sympathize. As they'll go back to the line of scrimmage. No penalty. Third down and long. Johansson throws, swing out pass, caught. Sievert, he's across the 30-yard line, and the H-back gets down to the 27-yard line. Jack Sievert, he is a sophomore. First down for Morningside. They're at the Lancer 27-yard line. Play action, throws, left side, caught, and there is a catch and a penalty flag down as Brown catches it about 7 yards downfield and then rumbles down to the 11-yard line. But I got a feeling this one's coming back.
Yeah, Morningside's already walking back towards the original line of scrimmage. This one's going to be on Morningside here.
Let's see what the penalty is for the Mustangs. They're backing up here with 12:37 left to go, third quarter. Ineligible man downfield. 5-yard penalty, and they'll replay that down. So Johansson, the freshman, he too, like Dolanchek out of Bellevue, Nebraska, will send three receivers out to the left. He wants to throw a bubble screen, and it is going to be caught, and fighting through is the tight end down to the 21-yard line. And for the That was Luke Harnley, or Lakin Harnley. He is a junior also out of Bellevue, Nebraska.
So the Bellevue, Nebraska pipeline is strong, is what you're saying.
Yes, indeed. Second down coming up, and about 4 yards to go from the 21-yard line. Morningside operating from left to right on your radio dial. Handoff. Cole up the middle, has a big hole across the 15 to the 10-yard line, first down. Strong run there by Ryan Cole, the sophomore. And you got to wonder how much longer we're going to be seeing him in the game. We have seen more of Bryson Freeberg.
Yeah, Ryan Cole, once again, he's in the second half. Normally they don't play a whole lot, but the thing is, he only had 8 rushing attempts in that first half. His carry count is definitely still to be desired. He can get some more.
Handoff, Cole up the middle, and he'll be spun down near the 1-yard line. Great strong run there by Ryan Cole. 2nd and 1, and now they'll actually operate under center. How often does that happen? Handoff, Cole up the middle, waltzes into the end zone for another Morningside touchdown. They score with 11:11 left to go here in the third quarter. It's 62-0. An impressive drive of 8 plays and 53 yards. Well, 9 plays, 53. They just updated it. They took about 3 minutes and 40 seconds to do it. Here comes another point after kick, and for Carter, it is good. 11:11 left to go, 63-0. Morningside on top. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Buying and selling a home without a real estate team on your side can be an intimidating process. Did you price your house right? Did you make a competitive offer that'll make the house yours? When you're considering a move, partner with a professional real estate team that has the experience and knowledge to guide you in the process of pricing and buying. So when you're ready to move, make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Marty here today. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. I suppose it's really good if you're a Morningside fan listening to our broadcast today or watching online. We certainly welcome any and all fans to our broadcast here today as Nelson gets set to kick it off. High end over end kick. Miyazawa signals the fair catch. It'll go to the 25-yard line. Let's see if the Mount Marty offense can do something. We'll probably see some more reserve players out there defensively. Maybe not initially. They may kind of work them in. Looks like most of the starters coming out there for the Mustangs defensively.
And for Mount Marty, looks like their entire starting unit is pretty much out there. In terms of injuries in that first half, coming out of Morningside week, obviously you're trying to keep everybody healthy. There is one guy on the sideline in street clothes, Tavita Tomosi, with a pad on his left shoulder, is the only one not playing, looks like, in the second half.
Shotgun set, roll out to the right side. Short pass incomplete, intended for Miyazawa. Behind him at the 31-yard line with the defensive pressure was Jalen Portis.
Well, I say that, I actually see Trey Hansen in street clothes as well. Looks like his day is also done, the young wide receiver.
And again, coming into today's contest, there were a number of players out via injury for the Lancers, and the bench getting just that much shorter. They can't afford to get it too much shorter. Second down and 10, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Pistol formation, Miyazawa comes behind the running back in motion. Play action, throw, caught, Herman. He has it at the 40, breaks the tackle to the 45, to midfield, 1 man to beat, and he's pulled down at the 40-yard line by Walls. Penalty flag at the end of the play. That, I think, is a face mask.
That is a face mask for sure, so a great catch and run from a young wide receiver, a speedy guy that is turning into a pretty reliable wide receiver for the Lancers, and that's going to be 15 yards added on to the end of that one.
Clock stops with 10:59 left to go, third quarter. Morningside up 63-0, but Mount Marty just got a big play there, one of their biggest of the day, and they are going to tack on some penalty yardage after the play. Looks like Justice Schmidt is getting to set to check in as a wide receiver. We haven't seen him a whole lot this year. He was a backup last year. John Micheletti has the options explained to him.
During the run, personal foul,
Face mask on the defense.
15-yard
15 yards added to the end of the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Herman of Mount Marty. So those penalties will offset.
Interesting. So after getting face masked, he was called for unsportsmanlike conduct.
So some words probably exchanged, but for Jalen Herman, the freshman, you can't afford to do that. The other team got flagged. You just can't afford to give that penalty yardage back.
Yep, Herman's a young guy, a freshman, as you just said. This is one of those opportunities that maybe he'll be able to take a moment and learn from that one right there. Know when to say something, when to not. But a good run and a good catch nonetheless. Lancers are in positive field territory.
At the 39-yard line of the Mustangs, first down and 10. Miyazawa comes in motion all the way behind the running back, circles behind him. And here comes Morrison up the middle, and he got nothing.
Morrison on the carry.
And the ball pulled out of his hands by the linebacker, Miller, but it's still going to be Mount Marty football.
Yeah, linebacker Joshua Miller was kind of making his case there that he might have that.
Second down and 10 coming up. Schmidt will check out of the game. Herman back in. He'll be out on the left-hand side. Miyazawa trots out to the right-hand side. Double tight end set, pistol formation, second down and 10. Byer looks to the sideline. Now he'll change things up. 10 seconds on the play clock. Says something to the running back behind him. Takes the snap. Play action. Throws. Miyazawa. Ooh, dangerous pass. Tipped away from Miyazawa. Incomplete at the 30-yard line. If that defensive back turns his head sooner, he may have an interception. That's Logan Maycumber, the junior out of Elkhorn, Nebraska.
And the positioning of where he was, that could have been 6 points for Morningside. Very dangerous throw. Saving grace was that the defensive back that was on Miyazawa was so focused on Miyazawa trying to get in his face that he didn't know the ball was coming until the last second.
Didn't have time to turn around and catch it. Lucky break there for the Lancers from the left hash mark. Third down and 10 from the Morningside 39-yard line. Miyazawa again comes in motion. Play action. Portis with the pressure. Byer throws incomplete, intended for Morrison on the middle screen, but intense pressure coming from the Mustangs as they brought the blitz. They haven't done that a whole lot this afternoon, and Jalen Portis was right in the face of the quarterback.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on that one, right in the face of the quarterback, as you said. Just under pressure is Clayton Byer. It's hard to get into a rhythm, obviously, when you're down 63-0, but then you add the pressure to it as well. It's just near impossible to really get comfortable. That's how Morningside excels.
Fourth down and 10. They're going to go for it from the 39-yard line. Three receivers to the right, one out to the left. Morrison stays in. Here comes the pressure. Byer in trouble, lost the football, scooped up by a lineman. Pastrana, he was on his backside at the 46-yard line when the ball just landed in his chest. And so he's down there, and the Lancers will turn the ball over on downs with 9:51 left to go here in quarter number 3. It's Morningside 63, Mount Marty nothing.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Back to live action here, 9:37 left to go. Running play went to Freeberg, and he lost a yard. Second down and 11 coming up. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum.
That was a great job by the Lancer defense starting off this drive with a tackle for loss, bring up second and long.
Three receivers out to the right-hand side, one out to the left. Four-man front for the Lancers. Man comes in motion. Sievert, play action. Johansson throws, caught. Brown spins inside the 50, pulled down at the 46-yard line, 2 yards shy of the first down marker. Lancer football today on KYNT 102.1, 1450 AM, Yankton. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner. Third down and short. Handoff, Freeberg up the middle, has a hole across the 40 to the 35, and he's still on his feet, pulled down at the 31-yard line. What a big run there by Bryson Freeberg. And another first down for Morningside.
Freeberg came into this game with 36 total rushing attempts on the season, 141 total yards in this game now. For Freeberg, he has 9 yards on 4 attempts, not including that one that'll be updating here in just a moment. Oh, there it is. It'll be a 24-yard total after that run of 15 yards on 5 attempts. 4.8 yards per carry today.
First down and 10. Handoff, Freeberg up the middle, has a hole. He gets across the 30 to the 25, gain of 6. Second down and about 4 coming up. Lancer football today brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Under 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Mustangs on the move again. I believe they've only punted once today. Their backup quarterback, Luke Johansson, in the contest. Receivers either side. Play action, throw, right side, caught by Brown. He's inside the 20 and tossed down at the 17-yard line by Janofin.
Johansson entered this ball game 10 of 11, 121 yards. He has a 91% completion percentage in a backup role. It's a very limited time this season, but still, he's came in and filled in very, very well.
Yeah, and he may be the heir apparent here for Morningside.
Not even the first time. Both these guys out of Bellevue a few years apart.
Might have a little pipeline going there into Morningside.
All right, who's the current high school quarterback in Bellevue? That's Morningside's next guy 3 years down the road.
You never know. Out of the shotgun set, another screen pass. This time it's caught by Payne. Makes a man miss at the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown Morningside. Nifty move out on the perimeter by Michael Payne, the junior out of Omaha.
Nifty move for sure. Just made a man miss, waltzed into the end zone.
And another touchdown for Morningside. They're going to try to add the extra point here, and this time it's going to be Lane Nelson, the freshman out of Walnut, Iowa. He's going to try the point after kick. Snap, good. Kick on the way, plenty of leg, and it is good. 70-0. Mustangs on top of the Lancers, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds here on KYNT.
Don't just bank, be an explorer. Here at Explorers Credit Union, we do banking differently. As a not-for-profit, member-owned credit union, we know that financial wellness isn't a destination, it's a journey. We're here to help you set goals and reach them with the financial tools, expertise, and support you need. If you're looking for better rates on your loans and local service from your friends and neighbors, Explorers Credit Union has you covered. Learn how we can help your financial journey at explorerscu.com.
6:53 left to go, third quarter. Morningside 70, Lancers nothing. Morningside did hang 70 on Hastings earlier this season. That was back on October 8th. In that game, Joe Dolenchek threw 8 touchdown passes in the first half.
Didn't quite get that today out of Dolenchek, but they did get that 70-point total. They are now just 1 point away. In next score, they will set their season high.
High end over end kick. Miyazawa calls for the fair catch at the 1-yard line. Lancer football today brought to you by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. I really think for the Lancers right now, goal number 1, just get that goose egg off the scoreboard.
Absolutely. Get the goose egg off the scoreboard and stay together. That's one of the things that Morningside can really do to a team. It's difficult to look at a scoreboard and see 70-0. That is difficult for a player. For when you pour your entire heart into your game, the entire week of practice coming into this one, it can be very easy to let some frustrations fly. Lancers need to stay together.
And stay focused as well.
Stay focused.
Pistol formation with 3 receivers out to the right. Harach the run up the middle, gets about 3 yards. And that is all.
Shout out a pancake block from the Lancers, though. Anil Pastrana put a man on his back as he was going downfield. Good block.
Quite a few starters defensively still on the field for the Mustangs. 2nd down and about 7 coming up. 2 receivers out on the right-hand side, 1 to the left. Fire moves some players around, sends Herman in motion, wants to give it to him, running to his right on the end around, and he is corralled, and he is dropped for a 1-yard loss. Losing his helmet was Boyd. He'll have to check out for 1 play, but he made a great hit there. Linnell Boyd Jr., senior out of St. Louis. And he was one of those guys. Last year he was a backup, this year a starter. 3rd down and long coming up. 10 years ago, Morningside was in the national championship game. Lost to Marion in overtime, 30-27. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Straight drop back, blitz coming, throw over the middle into coverage. Herman catches it at the 48-yard line. He's pulled down there, 1st down. Jalen Herman with another great catch and a 1st down for the Lancers.
Clayton Byer got walloped as he threw that one, so I'm not sure it was intentional, but he left it short perfectly for Jalen Herman to catch it back shoulder, cut his route short, bring that in for a big gain. He was hit as he threw, so I'm not sure if that was intentionally left short or not, but if it was, that was an amazing read by the young quarterback.
And a good read by the wide receiver. At the 49, 1st down and 10, Lancers, 2 receivers to the left, Herman out to the right, play action. Wants to throw over the middle and throws out to the sideline instead, and it is caught at the 40-yard line of the Mustangs by Rex Reichen as he's knocked out of bounds.
I believe he went to his 2nd option there. His first pump fake went for Jonah Miyazawa, then threw downfield for Rex Reichen. A great job by the young quarterback on this drive.
That's another 1st down for Mount Marty. Under 5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Mustangs in front, 70-0. Lancers on the drive, moving downfield. Receivers either side. Hand off. Here's Harach just putting his head down and going up the middle, and he'll get about a yard, and that's all. 2nd down and 9. Lancer football today brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. I was watching that game on TV 10 years ago, that Marion game, and Morningside was in control of that game, but their defense just kind of ran out of gas in the 4th quarter, and Marion came back, forced overtime, and won.
Well, that's another thing you say about teams like Morningside that play the first half their starters, 2nd half is backups. Their starters aren't games now. It hasn't bothered Morningside a whole lot in recent years. They've just getting national championship after championship, but still.
Pass to the right sideline, caught by Herman at the 25, stretches to the 24, 1st down for Mount Marty. And I think that's been, they've talked about that. It's like Morningside, they play, maybe 2.5 quarters with their starters. And then when they get into the playoffs, you're meeting teams much more competitive with you. And all of a sudden, you get into that late 4th quarter, it's a 3-point game or a 1-score game. And if those guys aren't used to playing 4 full quarters of football, that can hurt you.
Hasn't hurt them in recent years. They've been able to pick it up, but it can for sure.
Play action. Rolling out to the right, on the move, throws, and it's caught by Harach, and he falls out of bounds near the 20-yard line. Short gain on the play, maybe about 3 yards. 2nd down coming up. Coming up on the 3-minute mark here in the 3rd quarter. Best drive of the game so far for Mount Marty. Shotgun set, 2 receivers to the left. Herman out to the right by himself. Roll out to the left. Byer's going to have to run, and he's going to be tackled near the line of scrimmage. I guess maybe it counts as a sack, half a yard loss.
Well, it's still a decent job by Byer there. Nobody open downfield. I think the Lancers only sent out 2 and had a safety valve as well. Byer just tried to get back to that line of scrimmage, only a 1-yard loss.
And he didn't try to force anything downfield.
And
that's good maturity. 3rd down, 3 receivers to the right. Herman out by himself on the left-hand side. Pistol formation. 3rd down and 8. From the 23-yard line, it's Harach up the middle, and he'll plow ahead to the 19-yard line. Shy of the 1st down marker. It's 4th down coming up. And what do? Do you go for it, or, well, it's maybe beyond Quayle's field goal range.
Yeah, this is the first time today Lancers have gotten into the red zone. They're sitting the ball right at the 20.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to go for it.
Got to go for it here.
So it'll be Riken, Vigans, Miyazawa out to the left, Herman out to the right. Harach stands to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 4th down and about 6. Looking to his right, throws towards the end zone on the run, and it's over the head of Herman, incomplete, out of play. And the Lancers will turn it over on downs. With 1:23 left to go here in the 3rd quarter, Morningside comfortably in front, 70-0. And the backups come out to play offense for the Mustangs. In the game, KJ Williams at a running back. First time we've seen this young man. Junior out of North Liberty, Louisiana. And he'll have the handoff and running up the middle and get about 2 yards. Or check that, North Liberty, Iowa, I should say. 2nd down and about 8 coming up. Coming up on the 1-minute mark here in the 3rd quarter. Mustangs operating from left to right on your radio dial. They'll move 2 receivers out on the left-hand side. Nobody out right. Williams the lone setback. They're taking their time. And why not? Don't need to be in a hurry. Johansson, 8 seconds on the play clock. Looks to his left. Hands off. Williams has a hole. Darts to his left. Gets across the 25 to the 26-yard line. And that might be the final play here of the 3rd quarter. Morningside doesn't have to run another one if they don't want to. They can take their time, let the 3rd quarter clock expire, and that's what they're going to do. We're done with 3 quarters of football. Mustangs got a couple of touchdowns in that period. 70-0. Morningside on top. Back with the final stanza in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
You may not think of the flu as a serious disease, but complications can lead to severe illness, hospitalization, even death. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends everyone over the age of 6 months get a flu vaccine every year. Yankton Medical Clinic is offering flu shots by appointment only. Call today to schedule your flu shot or visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu to learn more. Protect yourself and your loved ones this flu season. Get your flu shot today. So much care, so close to home.
Resetting your password, unsubscribing from emails, printing anything. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your business doesn't have to be one of them, so you can get back to more important things, like learning how that printer works. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance. Authorized auto owners agents in Yankton at 665-3611 or mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Back for the last quarter of football here in Yankton, Crane-Youngworth Field. Morningside in front of Mount Marty, 70-0 here in GPAC Conference play. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. 3rd down and about 5 coming up for the Mustangs. Straight drop back. Johansson has time, throws, screen pass, caught by his H-back, gets back to the line of scrimmage. Griffin Kraft with the catch. He's out of North Liberty, Iowa, a freshman, and Believe it or not, we're going to have a punt from Morningside.
Second one of the day, the Lancer defense holds to start this fourth quarter, which is a good sign here.
Yeah, McElligott, the punter for Morningside, coming into this game had only punted the ball 17 times.
17 times.
In 6 games.
6 games.
That is 3 a game, roughly.
Ridiculous.
Yep. Well, when you got a team that scores as much as Morningside and converts on third downs, and they got a pretty good field goal kicker too, they're going to get their points. Gets a good punt away. Miyazawa calling for the fair catch as he drifts over to his right and collects it at the 32-yard line. First down and 10. Morningside. Mount Marty Football brought to you today by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you. Third quarter stats just handed to us here. And while we get a moment here, we'll examine them quickly and pass along the relevant items to you here.
Shout out Derek Nelson real quick, the SID for Mount Marty. He's the one who runs these to us. I didn't even notice him come in. He's
like a ninja.
He just walked in, gave them to us, and left before me even seeing him. But quick look at him. Clayton Byer, 12 of 29, 122 yards, 2 interceptions in the first 3 quarters of play. Isaiah Thompson, 10 rushing attempts for 26 yards. Jaden Harach, 6 for 8, and Tyree Morrison, 5 for 19. Receiving stats, Jalen Herman, 3 for 51. A lot of those coming in the last drive there. Trey Hansen, 2 for 20. Rex Reichen, 2 for 19. John Mizawa, 3 for 26.
There was a penalty on that play, illegal formation on the punting team. The Lancers have the option. They'll take the 5 yards from the end of the return. So they have the ball first and 10 from their own 37-yard line. They operate from left to right on your radio dial. Roll out to the right. Byer wants to throw out of the shotgun. Launches it downfield for Miyazawa. Over his head, incomplete at the 25.
Yeah, Miyazawa had a step there on his double coverage and had a little bit of a space, but just a bit overthrown on that ball. Keep looking at some of these stats going into the fourth quarter. In terms of first downs, Mount Marty has 9 on the day, 29 for Morningside. Mount Marty's ran the ball 26 times for 39 yards. Morningside has run it 21 times for 165. Passing yards, 122 for the Lancers, 408 for Morningside. Total offensive plays ran and total yards, 55 for the Lancers for 161 yards. 55 total offensive plays for Morningside, 573 yards.
Morningside with a great tackle as Morrison got the run up the middle 2 yards, and that's all. A lot more reserves on the field now for the Mustangs defensively. So they're getting some of the backup players in with this big lead. Third down and 8 coming up for the Lancers, who will be home to Doane next week for homecoming. More about that coming up in the post-game show. 13:30 and counting, fourth quarter. Mustangs up 70-0. 2 receivers either side. Here comes Vegans in motion. Stops at an H-back spot. Play action. Throw intended. Reichen caught out of bounds at the 45-yard line of the Mustangs. First down on a great throw by Clayton Byer.
Clayton Byer has done a decent job today, especially considering the amount of pressure he's been under. He's been sacked 3 times and has been hit 6 times. He's gone down 6 times, with 3 of those being sacks as well.
First down and 10 for Mount Marty. Coming up on the 13-minute mark, they are in Mustang territory at the 45-yard line. First down and 10. They'll split 2 receivers out on the right-hand side. Here comes Miyazawa in motion all the way behind the running back, who gets the handoff. Morrison hit right as he hit the line of scrimmage, and he is clobbered. No gain on the play. It is very tough to run up the middle against Morningside. Even their backups are stalwart on that line.
You're not a national championship if you can't, or a national champion team if you can't stop the run. And that is exactly what Morningside's defense has done over the past couple of years. It's really been one of the biggest focuses of their team, is being able to stop the run defensively.
2 receivers out to the left on second down and 10. Byer rolls out to his left, throws over the head, incomplete, intended for Herman at the 33-yard line. Bring up third down and 8 for Mount Marty. We mentioned that there are some other sports going on this weekend. Soccer happening today, and of course it's that period where some of the fall sports going to be getting underway, or the winter sports getting underway soon.
Yeah, next week basketball starts. Can you believe that? Next weekend we'll have home basketball opening up the non-conference season next Sunday on KYNTV.
Empty backfield on 3rd and 8. Byer out of the shotgun, rolls to his left, buys some time, throws over the middle, incomplete, intended for Miyazawa at the 34-yard line, incomplete.
That was a dangerous throw, throwing over the middle and throwing high.
Yeah,
Miyazawa jumped in the air, full extended, and then got hit from behind at full extension. That is a dangerous throw right there. Miyazawa did get up and he's run off the field, but
yeah, Ben Chelsevig got the hit there, and yeah.
A hit you don't like to see.
No, you don't want to throw high over the middle. There's plenty of examples of receivers getting hurt that way. Punting situation for the Lancers. Payne drops back to his own 10-yard line. Fitzgerald stands at his own 40. High punt, not very far downfield, bounces at the 20, and it will take a Lancer bounce inside the 10 down to the 4-yard line. A good punt by Fitzgerald. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. NAIA football championships, 3 of the last 4 to Morningside. In 2018, they won their first title over Benedictine down in Daytona Beach, Florida, 35-28. The next year, they repeated, beating Marion of Indiana, the team that beat them back in 2012, 40-38. That was played at Grambling in Louisiana. Then it was Lindsey Wilson over Northwestern in the 2020 campaign. Of course, the COVID year, as Joe Hansen takes the snap and hands off. Running back goes to his right and gets out to the 16-yard line.
Lancers started this drive at their own 11. One of the players touched it, so at the 11 instead of the 4 as well.
So a gain of 5. And we mentioned that COVID year, Northwestern represented the GPAC in the title game. Of course, they lost their starting quarterback to injury against Morningside in the semifinals. Lindsey Wilson won at 45-13. And then Morningside last year, 38-28 over Grandview. That game played in Durham, North Carolina.
Oh, taking a look at some of the other things in the out-of-town scoreboard after this play.
Handoff, Williams has a hole on the left side to the 20, to the 25. Corral near the 30, falls forward to the 31-yard line. First down, Morningside. K.J. Williams with the run.
Mount Marty is hosting the Mount Marty Invitational today in cross country. Mount Marty women took 9th overall. USF, the University of Sioux Falls, took first. Dort was second. For the men in this one, Mount Marty finished 7th. Dort took the win for the men. USF was second there.
Of course, we're coming down the stretch here with some of the fall sports, soccer, cross country,
This one
volleyball.
for cross country, this Mount Marty Invite was the last meet before the GPAC Championships will be on November 5th, I believe.
Pistol formation, handoff. Freeberg in the game has a big hole across the 35, tackled at the 38-yard line. Good gain on first down for the Mustangs.
I was able to speak with the head coach of Mount Marty cross country and track and field, the new head coach from the University of South Dakota, Dan Fitzsimmons, one of the most historic running coaches in South Dakota history, both at USD and the state in general.
That was a big get for Mount Marty.
Huge get. I was able to speak with him on the Lancer Locker on this last Monday. That is a feature interview on our YouTube page right now. You can check it out, KYNTV, the latest edition of the Lancer Locker, that talk with Dan Fitzsimmons.
Second down and 3 coming up for the Mustangs. They're taking their time at the line of scrimmage. Quick pass caught out on the left side. It's going to be a first down. Backup wide receiver making the catch there for the Mustangs was Alex Godfredson, 6'3" sophomore out of Rock Valley, Iowa. And it's a first down for the Mustangs. They're taking their time. They just want to whittle some time off the clock. 9:30 and counting here in the fourth quarter. And the Mustangs in front 70-0. So they're looking like the juggernaut we expected them to be. Mustangs did not have a non-conference game this year. Kind of surprising. Normally they play somebody. They've played some Division II foes in the past. They're only playing 10 games this year. Normally they play 11. Quick pass, incomplete, out on the right side. Intended for Griffin Kraft, incomplete. And I noticed that, a lot of teams in the GPAC did not get a non-conference game this year, including some schools that normally do get non-conference games.
Yeah.
Now, the Lancers did get a non-conference game against Presentation. A lot of schools didn't. Williams up the middle, a big hole to midfield, to the 45, to the 40, down near the 35-yard line. Penalty flag flies at the end of the play.
Yeah, I think this one might be on the tackle. Janofin spun him to the ground. This might be a face mask.
If so, tack on an extra 15 yards to the play. As the clock stops with 9:03 left to go here in the fourth quarter, and the referees are moving the ball, and indeed it is on Janofin. Face mask, and it is a first down. So the Mustangs on the move again. They'll be inside the red zone near the 19-yard line.
I think they won 80.
They've done it before in the past years. No, they've put up, I'll have to check their scoreboard, but I'm pretty sure sometime in the last few years they've gotten to the 80 mark. But you can't tell the backups not to try.
Considering how good their teams are, I wouldn't be surprised.
Double tight end set. Williams, the handoff up the middle, barrels ahead, runs into a wall, gets 3 yards. KJ Williams, he's a junior. And that's a scary thing for Morningside. Yeah, they're going to lose Dolenchek to graduation, but Cole's a sophomore. Freeberg, their other running back, is a junior. Williams is a junior. Norton's a junior, their wide receiver. Payne is a junior. Simmons a junior. Sievert, their H-back, is a sophomore. So
where there's going to be a little bit of, like as you said, a lot of young players, but where there is going to be some turnover is their starting offensive line, 4 seniors on the starting offensive line. So that will be interesting to see next year. But outside of that, yeah, a lot of young players.
Williams will try the left-hand side. He'll get across the 15, and he's cut down at the 12-yard line. Under 8 minutes to go. Mustangs on the move. Methodically this time. They were running the hurry-up earlier, and with the backups in there, they're going to take their time, and why not? They just want to milk clock and get this game over quicker. No need to hurry if you're the Mustangs. They'll split out 3 receivers on the left hand or on the right hand side. Now pull a tight end in. That's Kraft. As Johansson will set him down. 3rd down and about 3. Pistol formation. Williams will go to the right this time. Plows into the line. He gets inside the 10. And I think they're going to say his knee is down at the 6. That's enough yardage for a first down for Morningside. So Williams will check out, and here comes Freeberg into the game, the junior out of Neola, Iowa. 1st and goal from the 6-yard line for the Mustangs. 6:45 and counting. As they operate from right to left on your radio dial. Pistol formation. Double tight end set. They'll run it to the right-hand side. Freeberg keeps the legs, turning the shoulder down. He makes it to the 2. Call it a gain of 4. 6:20 and counting. A lot of hands on hips for the defense for the Lancers. It's a tired unit out there.
They've been on the field a long time today.
Well, and when they have been on the field in that first half, it was pressure, pressure, pressure from that fast-paced offense.
Yes.
That tires you out. Even though the time of possession may be, you're out there, I think they were out there for 10 minutes, but it seemed like they were out there for 20.
And it's hot.
And it is hot.
It's 82 degrees right at the moment.
Handoff, Freeberg up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown, Morningside with 5:43 left.
$76 points here at Crane-Youngworth Field.
Yep, Morningside again. They're the number 1 team. They look like the number 1 team.
That they do.
Here comes Nelson in to try the point after kick.
Lancers today without their starting quarterback once again, a couple offensive linemen, a couple of their top running backs, and some defensive players as well.
Kick is on the way, and it is good. 77-0. Mustangs on top, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Doctors Feeser, Slowey, and DeYoung are experts in prescribing eye drops that can replace reading glasses. These drops are a new technology that can change the size of your pupil for improved reading. They're convenient for anyone who wants freedom from reading glasses. Our doctors even use them. Call Vision Care Associates and schedule an appointment to see if this new technology is right for you.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
We'll talk about a methodical drive. 11 plays, 89 yards, and 6.5 minutes time of possession for Morningside on that last drive.
Now that's a drive right there. That is a drive. We talked about Morningside and the way they were able to push down the field so quickly in the first half. Their longest drive of the first half was the first drive of the ball game, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Now they're kind of showing that they can just do it slowly and methodically as well. That's amazing. 6-minute drive for a 6-minute drive in the fourth quarter to make it 77-0.
We'll have the kickoff from Carter coming up here momentarily. See if he can send it to the end zone. High end over end kick, and yep, it'll make it into the end zone for a touchback. Update on the scoreboard brought to you by Gerstner Oil. Midland defeats Dakota Wesleyan today, 22-13. That game has gone final in the GPAC. Other scores: Northwestern rolling past Doane, 56-10. That's late in the fourth quarter. And with a couple minutes to go, it's Hastings leading at Jamestown, 23-9. And Dordt, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, they're battling Concordia. Concordia has the lead at 28-20. There comes Harach on the running play, and he gets a good gain on first down from the 25-yard line.
At Dordt at Concordia is definitely a good matchup in the GPAC today, 28-20. 8-point spread in the fourth quarter.
I think Concordia is one of those teams coming on strong at the end, but guess who they play for the final game? Morningside.
Morningside.
Harach, again, has a hole on the right side. He barrels ahead to the 34. It'll be 3rd down and 1. That could be an intriguing matchup because Concordia is one of those teams that's really, I think, playing better and better down the stretch. Of course, Morningside will be heavily favored in that game. I believe it is. Yes, it is at Concordia. That's not going to be an easy one for Morningside because there's no easy games at Concordia.
No, there's not. Concordia always surprises me. On their home field, they're just different. They play so hard.
3rd down and 1. Handoff. Harach up the middle. Well, this will depend on the spot, but I think he got the first down. They'll give him forward progress of a yard. Move the chains. First down, Mount Marty with 4.5 minutes left to go. Yeah, Morningside is home to Dakota Wesleyan, home to Doane, at Concordia. That's their final 3 games. They'll be favored in all of them. As Byer brings them up, trying to get that goose egg off the scoreboard. Shifts Reichen over to the left side at a tight end spot. Receivers either side. Handoff, Harach up the middle, and he got nothing on that play.
Well, I think Harach has certainly got some friends and family here cheering him on.
You hear that? Hooch, hooch.
I love it.
Nickname.
I love it.
And a good crowd here today, and not many have left. You know, why not enjoy the sunshine? It's a gorgeous day, and we'll have a nice warm day tomorrow, and then it's fall weather, 50s and 60s, and this is the last gasp of summer here in southeast South Dakota and in the upper Midwest. That's what we've got here this weekend. Vegans clears out of the formation as a receiver on the left-hand side. Harach clears out of the backfield. Straight drop back. Byer under pressure. He slips away from a man. Wants to throw. He's got to tuck and run. Chased by a linebacker. He gets to the sticks. First down for the Lancers as he was pursued by one of the backup linebackers, Cooper King, junior out of Des Moines, Iowa.
That was a great job by Harach. I thought he was going down for, by Byer there. I thought he was going down for a sack for sure. He was in the backfield. One of the Mustangs had a big paw on him, able to shake it, scramble for a first down.
First down and 10 from the 45-yard line of the Lancers. Handoff, Harach tries it up the middle, and again, he's bottled up. No gain on the play. John Micheletti is not going to give up on that running game. He wants his guys to get some practice in here as we hit the 2.5-minute mark. Because that is their bread and butter, running in between the tackles. Starting unit out there offensively.
They got to be 2:20 left on the clock. There's still a goose egg on the board. That is the only goal in the end of this ball game. Knock that goose egg off that board.
Second down and 10. Handoff. Harach has a little bit of a hole, but he stumbled at the line, but he falls forward for about a 3-yard gain. Makes it third down and 7.
Well, 3rd and 7, you got 2 downs to get 7 yards. You're right around midfield.
At the 48-yard line. Lancers do have 3 timeouts if they want to use them.
Yeah, they're taking their time here. They might be
just
running this one.
Well, I think they're taking their time because you got to see a lot of guys with hands on hips here.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's hot today. They have been on the field quite a bit, working hard against this very good Morningside defense. Receivers either side. 3rd down and 7. Play action. Quick throw. It's going to be caught by Herman, but he's a yard shy of the first down marker. Brings up 4th down with 1:15 and counting.
That'll make it 4th and short. Got to expect Lancers to go for it here in positive field territory, and obviously, score being what it is, you don't have anything to lose. Go for it here.
Yep. You would think Harach may be the man to carry the ball here. Young man, freshman, out of Colfax, Iowa. 50 seconds left to go. Byer brings him up, sets him down. 45 seconds on the clock. Sends a man out of the backfield. Harach, they're going to throw over the middle. Caught by Reichen at the 37-yard line. First down with 37 seconds left.
Well,
now, can you go into hurry-up mode and maybe get some points on the board? Clock has started up.
Yeah, Lancers do not technically have to snap the ball another time. They can just let the clock run out of this ball game, but they are lining up for it with 20 seconds. Not in a hurry, though.
Shotgun set, play action. They may throw it to the end zone. Byer's going to roll out. He'll throw it long down the field to a man. Caught by Herman inside the 10. Tackled out of bounds at the 5-yard line with 8 seconds left to go. And one would think a timeout would have to be coming. Micheletti's calling for it. And a timeout has been called by Mount Marty with 8 seconds left to go in the game. We'll keep it here during the break as Mount Marty, with 8 seconds, you got 2 plays in that amount of time if you want to run them, as the offense looks real tired out there on the field. Jalen Herman has been playing most of the second half because Trey Hansen out of the lineup. He's on the sideline in street clothes. So what do? Do you try to run the ball? I think you got to go to the air.
Yeah, I would throw it twice here. Your running game has kind of run into a stone wall here in Morningside, so I'd use your 8 seconds. You got 2 passing plays potentially in there. Throw it twice in the end zone. Get a score on the board. You know, walk off with your head high. Get some points on the board at the end of this ball game. It's what you got to do.
Yeah, you want to have that, it's a bitter loss, but if you get that last little shot in there,
makes you feel a little bit better.
Feels a little better. Nobody likes to get shut out. So Byer will have Herman as a wide receiver, Vigans, Harach at running back, Miyazawa, Reichen.
Another option you could, if you don't get it in one here, you could kick it.
You could, just to get that 3 points.
Yep.
But I think they're thinking 6. It'll be the pistol formation. Receivers either side. Byer, Harach standing way behind him. He'll put Herman in motion. Play action, throws it to Herman, incomplete, and that was nearly intercepted. Jumping the route was Luke Paulson, freshman out of Kingsley, Iowa. 2nd and goal, 4 seconds left. This will be the final play, one would think, unless there is a defensive penalty. Harach stands to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Riken shifts around to the right side at a tight end. Receivers either side. Straight drop back, now a rollout to the right. Byer throws towards the end zone. Incomplete as time expires, intended for Riken. And the game will end with the score of Morningside 77, Lancers nothing. A 2-minute break. We will come back and have the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to roll. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football today, right here on KYNT.
My name's Jennifer Bolig, and I am a sales rep and design consultant. That means when a customer comes in, we can do a couple of things. We can do a free house call locally where we come into their home and we help them understand how to add in a new piece or just completely change the whole room. This is just a Slumberland thing where you get this done for you for free. So we're the only place that is a free design consultant in town.
Free interior design service at Yankton Slumberland, located at 2401 Broadway Avenue.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs. From magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signing, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all. Sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
Cold weather means you need to warm up your fan gear.
And if you're a fan of the Bucks and Gazelles,
or Mount Marty Lancers,
JJ Benji's has a storeroom full of Bucks, Gazelles, and Lancers apparel ready to wear.
Long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, quarter zip pullovers, jackets, and hats.
You'll stay warm on those cold nights traveling to games and sitting in the stands.
With Bucks, Gazelles, and Lancers gear at JJ Benji's.
JJ Benji's, 201 Pine Street in the Meridian District, Yankton.
And welcome back to Crane-Youngworth Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the post-game show for Lancer Football, brought to you today by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. 77-0. Mustangs on top of the Lancers. That's your final score. Let's check out the stats. Brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. Tehl, inform us of what the stats are for today's game.
Yeah, let's roll through them. Mount Marty, once again, 15 first downs in this ball game, 34 from Morningside. Mount Marty ran 73 total plays, 249 yards. Morningside, 67 total plays, 647 yards for the number one team in the nation. They averaged 9.7 yards per play. In terms of third down efficiency, Morningside was 7 of 9. They punted twice in this ball game. 78% on third down. Lancers were 4 of 16, 25% on third down. In terms of time of possession, it's 34 minutes for the Lancers, 25 minutes for Morningside. Obviously a interesting stat there. And as we go to some of the individual stats, started off with the Lancers. Clayton Byer got the start at quarterback today. His first career start, 16 of 38, 185 yards, 2 interceptions. Isaiah Thompson ran the ball 10 times for 26 yards. Tyree Morrison, 7 rushing attempts for 21 yards. Jaden Haraj, 12 times for 21 yards. Got a lot of work in that fourth quarter. Ended up having a team high in carries with 12. Jalen Herman had 1 as well for -2. And then go to the receiving stats. Jalen Herman actually quietly had a pretty nice game, especially in that second half. 5 catches for 89 yards, including that 32-yard pass and catch that took him down inside of the 10-yard line, gave him a chance to score right at the end of that ball game. Retz Reichen had 4 catches for 44 yards. Jonah Miyazawa, 3 for 26. Trey Hansen, 2 for 20. Isaiah Thompson had 1 for 3, and Jaden Harach had 1 reception for 3 yards as well. Go over the individual stats for the Mustangs. Joel Dolenchek, 21 of 27, 346 yards, 4 touchdowns. He did not play in the second half. Luke Johansson, who played the second half, 8 of 10, 70 yards, 1 touchdown.
Impressive.
Ryan, yeah, impressive for sure. Ryan Cole, the starting running back, 12 rushing attempts for 118 yards and 4 touchdowns on the day, making his season total now 14, I believe.
Yep, 14 rushing touchdowns.
KJ Williams had 8 rushing attempts for 59 yards. Bryson Freeberg, 9 for 43 as well. In terms of receiving stats, Austin Johnson caught 7 balls, 195 yards, 3 touchdowns, averaged 28 yards per catch there.
All in the first half.
All in the first half. That's got to be a player of the week nod right there, unless somebody else had some crazy performance. But I would assume Austin Johnson is going to be a strong candidate for player of the week in the GPAC. Joshua Simmons, 4 receptions for 74 yards. Zach Norton had 8 catches for 66 yards and a touchdown. Lennox Brown had 3 for 32. Michael Payne had 3 for 20. Lakin Harnley had 2 for 11. And Sievert, 1 for 10. Godfredson, 1 for 8.
And our stat update here being brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference, explorerscu.com. It's just Morningside. This is what they do to just about everybody. And what makes it so impressive is that this is the GPAC. I think I've said this for years. It's the toughest football conference in the nation, top to bottom. And they just do this to a lot of different teams. They're very well coached. Steve Ryan, again, heading to the Hall of Fame. And he just always has his teams ready. And you know what? I think, and this is just speculation on my part, remember earlier in the year, Briarcliff was only down by, 8 points at halftime, 31-23. That might have been a wake-up call for them because, for people who know, I used to announce Briarcliff athletics, and I sat through some games like this when I was announcing for BC, and they clobbered more. They clobbered the Chargers. Morningside did on quite a few occasions, and I was doing the radio call. And when you're normally beating a team by 40 points at halftime, and all of a sudden they're down by 8, that may be a coach's best friend. It's like, hey, better wake up, guys, because there's teams they're coming to play. Unless you give 100% effort, somebody's going to jump up and bite you. And really, since then, Morningside has really kicked it into an extra gear. They've just routed everybody, and I think they may have been looking past Briarcliff, and it's a team that the Lancers did beat. And now Morningside went on to win that game 59-23, but that was an 8-point game at halftime. That was looking like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it was definitely really interesting. Briarcliff was actually leading after the first quarter, as you said, 14-10, and since that, they've just really turned it on. Since that first quarter against Briarcliff, they put up 21 in the second, 21 in the third. They allowed 3 points in that second half against Briarcliff, and they've just absolutely demolished teams. Midland 47-12 the next game out. Hastings 70-17, and Jamestown 59-7. Those are the last 3 games after that Briarcliff game, and then this one with Mount Marty, obviously once again, 77-0 in an amazing game from the Mustangs, a new season high in points.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge. They're in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here, as we are examining the stats, and this is the post-game show. And while we got a moment, why don't we check some scores from around the GPAC on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard? That we have had some games go final. Tehl, give us an update if you would, please.
Yeah, the one game that's Oh, it just scrolled and lost them. But the one game that's going on right now, Dort at Concordia, 28-6 is that one.
26. 28-26 is what I did.
28-26, yeah. Did I say something else?
You said 6, and it's
oh,
like, whoa.
That's a different number. Anyways, 28-26, Concordia leads over Dort with 8 minutes and 27 seconds left in the fourth. Still plenty of time there, but a 2-point ball game. Very interesting. Hastings did defeat Jamestown. That game went final 23-16. Northwestern defeated Doane 59-10, and Midland beat Dakota Wesleyan 22-13. And those are the games around the GPAC.
So while we're waiting for Coach Micheletti to come up here, I'll tell you what, we're going to take a 1-minute timeout. We'll come back with more. This is the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. It's the group that's you can build your career with them. They're going to connect you from rock to road. Back in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101.
Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions.
We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
We're back here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton, post-game show for Mount Marty football today. The visiting team wins today 77-0. It is Morningside over the Lancers today as the number one team in the land demonstrated why they indeed are the number one team in the land. And in a moment, we're going to hear from the coach, John Micheletti. Post-game coach interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers and perfect for whatever happens. They help you bring your Lancer sports, so make sure you get some today. Coach, well, we know they're good, and the Mustangs prove why they're the number one team. I saw you talking to Clayton down here, the quarterback, and today obviously a tough assignment for a freshman going in against the number one team in the land. What were you telling him here after the contest?
Honestly, I was talking to his mom and met his sister down there, things like that as well. Second time being able to talk to his mom, and I just wanted to thank them for continued support. He's a team guy, constantly does the right thing all the time, and I wanted to make sure his confidence wasn't hurt. He's it's a tall task. Your first start going against the number one team in the nation as a freshman. So he's seen a lot of good things still and a lot of things to still build on, but love the kid to death and want to make sure that he was still with us and all that stuff and being confident in himself.
This team, they went fast-paced in that first half. Was that something you guys were expecting?
Yes, 100%. And that's one thing that you can watch on film and all that stuff. Like you can see the chains are barely getting set and they're already getting a play call and stuff like that. So we knew that was going to, be able to handicap us a little bit because usually on defense, when you're bringing pressures and things like that, it's a longer signal, right? So we had to keep us in a lot of base looks and things like that. But, our guys were able to, be able to hold their own and stick together, which was our main thing. We knew it was going to be a tough one today and had a great week of practice. And I want to make sure that they understood that when I talked to them afterwards, Rome wasn't built in a day. You can't make some changes in practice and things like that, be ultra competitive, and then expect things to see results right away. So we're anxious to see that we can now move that forward into this next week and finish out the season on the right note.
I'm sure Lancer fans are happy to hear guys are staying together. What are you going to be taking into this next week of practice?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we're able to still move on with the good. Obviously, we've got to see injury-wise and health-wise how everybody's being able to handle that. But when it gets down to the end of the season, usually you don't see those longer practices or anything like that. We try to pull it back a little bit on that part to make sure the physicality and those things aren't ruining our season or anything like that. But want to make sure that the love and the camaraderie still continues to grow.
We saw a couple players get injured in that first half, and they were in street clothes in the second half. Can you give us some update on those players?
Yeah, Tavita Tomasi was one of them. He banged up his shoulder last week, tried to give it a go, and it's just one of those things that just kept kind of, I wouldn't say it was coming out, but it was just one of those, I don't know if he's got a pinched nerve or something like that. Just wasn't going good, and they said he can go, but I'm like, hey, let's if he's never going to get right, let's make sure that we give him a little bit of time off now. We can start building on for next week and get that next guy a little bit more reps to build on our depth.
And, of course, it's homecoming this upcoming week. And in addition to everything else with class pressure, making sure you got all the grades, then you got all the extracurricular activities. What are the challenges to keeping the guys focused when they're thinking about, all the other, stuff that's going on, the special stuff for homecoming week?
Yep, it's about being able to control the controllables on that part and then being able to prioritize, so what's important to you, and you got to go out there and prove it, and that's one of those things that I believe in actions over words. So a lot of those things, I want you guys to prove that this is important to you, by being there on time, being at lifting on time, doing things on time, and doing it to the best of your ability. If you're going to allow something as a homecoming distraction be the reason why you're late to something, or nothing, then it's obviously not that as important to you.
And is there any player that really stood out today with their effort on the field? I know it's maybe tough to pick it out, but there's always, in every contest, like this, there's always, hey, this guy showed some hustle out there. This guy may have been a special teams player, maybe somebody who came in late in the game. Who's a player that really, stood out and it's like, hey, this guy really did something extra special out there?
Yeah, there was, honestly, there's quite a few, and I know that kind of may seem a surprise with a lopsided score like that, but I definitely thought Jalen Herman did an outstanding job there on offense. And then looking at defense, I thought Jonathan Carlstead was one of those guys that his relentless effort you never miss. If it was a backside run outside, he's hawking them down, and he's an end on the other side. And then the one that I was really, really impressed with today was Tyler Ivey, another freshman. So I was glad to see some of those young guys. That's 2 freshmen and a sophomore there. They're able to step up and make quite a few plays. There was a few times there that there was a miscommunication on defense, and Ivey's like, oh, gosh, I got 2 guys now, and it's like, well, and he did his best he could. I'm going to stay in the middle of them and try to make a play there at the end. But did a great job reading, great job coming downhill and finishing on tackles, which was one of the biggest emphasis today.
Coach, you were out a couple of your main contributors, including your starting quarterback. Can you give me an update on Ken Gay and some of the other guys that missed?
Yeah, he was able to throw yesterday at practice, so that was a bright side. But my role is you got to be able to practice to play. So our Friday isn't really a walkthrough, but it's pretty light. We call it our Fast Friday, fly through. So they're not padded up and things like that. And I want to make sure I keep that standard going. So I expect him to be able to come back next week if he keeps progressing like he is. And then Jonas Kelp is also starting to get some of his balance and strength back on his ankle. So it looks like there's a pretty good side of him coming back next week as well. So looking to get a couple of those guys back, and just want to make sure that these guys like Isaiah, I forgot to talk about him earlier. His foot's kind of banged up. That's why he kind of got pulled off. And obviously he's a big part of our offense. We got to make sure that he's ready to go next week.
John Carlstadt was a feature in the Yankton paper today. 26-year-old sophomore. You don't see that often, but a Marine, served his country, and I've seen some players like that and play in different sports at the collegiate level, and it always seems they bring that maturity and leadership that obviously you get when you have that military career behind you.
Yeah, that was a special article. That was one of the things I woke up this morning, and one of the first things I read was that article. There's a great one by Jeremy Hoek there, but I can't say enough nice things about him. I'm constantly learning from him. He's one of those guys that, he's older than a few of my grad assistants and things like that. So, but he's very humble in that, and he's one of those guys that are continuously, hey, where can I learn and where can I fit in and provide my leadership? And he is one of our captains on our team, and we constantly lead on him for that leadership.
Coach, what's the early report on Doan as you get ready for them next week?
Well, yeah, I'll be able to watch a few of their games so far. They've cycled through 3 quarterbacks. I know some of it is because of competition, so it's not all because of injury. They aren't like they were last year, where there was a big run heavy. They're 10 personnel, and they want to be able to spread the field a lot. So kind of like Briar Cliff in that instance, where you're going to get a lot of pass more than run. And then defensively, they're going to be a 3-3 stack and be pretty heavy on pressure like they were last year. That part is rolled over from last year as well. So. Once again, I think it's a great matchup for us. I think that's what we play really well against, are those type of teams, and I think we'll be ready to go next week.
Coach, thanks for your time. We'll let you get down there, back down the field and talk to the team.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
John Micheletti, the head coach for the Lancers today. The interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We'll come back. We'll have our player of the game, our move of the game. We'll also have some more score updates for you here, as we've got a 3-minute break coming your way right now. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststripingsd@gmail.com. That's midweststripingsd@gmail.com.
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Glenn Zupfer at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day. We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with a group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
Do you own a home that's sitting vacant? Why continue to pay taxes and insurance on that property? Whether full of belongings, dated, or in need of repair, with our low inventory, the market has never been better to sell. Call me, Deb Speck, at Vision Real Estate, 664-5555, 664-5555.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
You may not think of the flu as a serious disease, but complications can lead to severe illness, hospitalization, even death. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends everyone over the age of 6 months get a flu vaccine every year. Yankton Medical Clinic is offering flu shots by appointment only. Call today to schedule your flu shot or visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu to learn more. Protect yourself and your loved ones this flu season. Get your flu shot today. So much care, so close to home.
Back here for our final post-game segment here, the Aztec post-game show for Lancer football today, 77-0 Morningside. The number one team rolls over the Lancers today. We've got some more scores to provide you on the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. Dort now in the lead with about a minute to go at Concordia, 29-28 in the GPAC, as that's the only game still in progress at the moment. So Dort trying to pull an upset on the road against the Bulldogs in Seward. Tehl, you got
That'd be a good win for sure.
Yeah, what do we got from other college football scores?
Yeah, so Tennessee was able to get the funding to get some goalposts. They beat TN Martin 65-24. Once again, Clemson defeated Syracuse. They were down at the half, brought in a backup quarterback. They were able to win that one, 27-21. Ohio State beat Iowa 54-10. Texas is leading Oklahoma right at the moment. Number 20 Texas leading number 11 Oklahoma State. 9:49 on the clock in the second quarter. Boston College and Wake Forest playing right now in the second quarter. 23 seconds left before halftime, 21-9. UCLA and Oregon, 15 seconds from halftime. Oregon leads UCLA. That's a battle between 9 and 10. 24-13 the score. The Ducks have the advantage. Some of the other games going on a little later today. Mississippi State will take on Alabama at 6. At 7 p.m., Kansas State will take on TCU. Those are some of the top 25 matchups, as well as Oklahoma State will take on Kansas State.
In the Mo Valley, it's Southern Illinois early in the third quarter leading at USD 21-17. D-Day's happening over in Vermilion today. North Dakota early in the second quarter leads against number 1 South Dakota State 14-7. Early in the second quarter, it's Western Illinois ahead of Youngstown State 7-3. Earlier today, Illinois State beats Indiana State 27-21. Now let's shift on over here, talk about the Lancers. We're going to go for our move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Make the move with Mason and the Move Group. It happened late in the game, the final drive for the Lancers. It was a 32-yard pass. Byer to Jalen Herman got us down to the 5-yard line, but unfortunately the Lancers could not advance further from there, couldn't get into the end zone, but a great pass and catch to set up what could have been a score for the Lancers. They were trying to get that goose egg off the scoreboard today, so that's our move of the game.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I wanted to select that one as move of the game for sure is because that was the one that kind of gave some life back into the sideline and into the fans in the arena. There was 60 seconds left on the clock. The Lancers were moving slowly to the line. They were in no hurry. You know, it was 0 points on the board, but all of a sudden you get a huge pass play and you get cheers in the crowd. You get the sideline going up. John's running up the sideline with a timeout signaled with 8 seconds left. There was all of a sudden a little bit of life, and that's why we selected that for the move of the game.
And the move of the game brought to you by Mason Schramm. Now the Lancer player of the game brought to you by Avera. Moving health forward, it's Avera. We're going to stick with Jalen Herman. He probably had the best individual performance for the day. 5 catches, 111 yards, including that 32-yarder. That was his long of the day. So he ends up 5 catches, 111 yards. That is our player of the game, brought to you by Avera.
Yeah, I think the stats were adjusted to 111 there because I had him at final of 89 of the stats we were given right at the end of the game, and now 111 on our stats on our computers. So one of those is correct, but it is 5 catches, either 89 yards or 111. He's going to be the player of the game.
So congratulations to Jalen, the freshman out of Crosby, Texas. And that's going to put a lid on this particular game as we look forward to next week. Doane, homecoming here, Crane-Youngworth, 1 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, now that's going to be a good matchup. That's going to be a very good matchup for this Lancer team, just personnel-wise for sure. John Micheletti spoke about it, the ways they match up well against an offense like what Doane runs. We saw it against Briarcliff, what Mount Marty was able to do. They put together a full game, played very, very well on the road against the Chargers. Now it's homecoming. It's Lancer days. They're going to be hyped. They're going to be ready to play here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Definitely expecting a very different result from this game.
Yeah, and there's winnable games down the stretch for the Lancers. Home to Doane. It's not, none of them are going to be easy. Let's make that clear. But they are winnable games for the Lancers. Home to Doane, at Dakota Wesleyan, who the Tigers are struggling this year, and then home to Jamestown to close things up. So we're at 1 o'clock kickoffs on Saturday. The rest of the season. We'll start the pre-games at 12:05 right here on KYNT. Final thoughts, Tehl.
Yeah, for the Lancers today, Coach Micheletti talked about it. Guys just kind of staying together on this one. It's hard to lose 77-0. That takes a toll on a team, not just physically for some of the injuries we saw, but mentally. Sticking together throughout this next week of practice, not really pointing fingers, but kind of going, how can we get better as a team? How can we improve? That's what you got to do this week. You got to stick together and come out homecoming against Doane, get a win on the board. They need one.
The Lancers will end up under 500 as they are 2-6 on the season, but with a strong finish, you could set the table for next year. For Morningside, they move to 7-0 on the season as we are heading down the home stretch in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Only 3 more weeks of football left here in the regular season. We invite you to join us next week. Again, 12:05 for the pregame show, 1 o'clock kickoff. There's more happening with Mount Marty Athletics here during this upcoming week, including some soccer going on today.
Yeah, there's some soccer going on right now. The women's soccer program took on Morningside today. We don't have a final of that right at the moment. We'll come out with that as soon as we can on women's soccer. Men's soccer against Morningside, that one just started. There will be volleyball for the Lancers upcoming this week as well. Wednesday at Concordia versus number 6 Concordia. Some good competition there. The soccer programs will be taking on presentation here at Crane-Youngworth Field on Wednesday as well. 5 p.m. kickoff. The women's team will play first. The men's team will play after them Wednesday evening. Then we'll take us to The weekend where there's some shotgun sports in Grand Island, Nebraska for the Lancers on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Football versus Doane on Saturday. Volleyball versus the College of St. Mary on Saturday. Soccer on Saturday versus Midland home. That'll be after the football game. And then on Sunday, you have the start of basketball season. The men's and women's basketball teams playing a doubleheader versus Graceland University on Sunday in the Simple Arena beginning at 2.
And we just had a final score pass along to us. Dort, 29. Concordia, 28. That game has gone final down there in Seward, Nebraska. The update there on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. So that's going to put a wrap on things for today. Thanks to Scotty Borman back at the studios for his work today as our studio engineer. For Tehl Tanner, this is Steve Thum signing off from Crane-Youngworth Field. Our final score today, 77-0, Morningside over Mount Marty. We'll talk to you again next week. We'll say good afternoon, everybody.
This has been a Riverfront Sports production and has been brought to you by Aztec, Avera, Simple Meats, Conkling Distributing, Core Trust Bank, Checkers, Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, Dakota Beverage, Explorers Credit Union, First Chiropractic Center, First Dakota National Bank, Gerstner Oil, Hy-Vee, JJ Benji's, Kopetsky's Ace Hardware, Mason Schramm with Vision Real Estate, Midco, Midwest Striping, MT and RC Smith Insurance, Marlowe Woodward and Huff, Northtown Automotive, Olson's Pest Technicians, Pizza Ranch, Riverfront Signs, Sherco, Signtech, Slumberland, Vision Care Associates, Vision Insurance Group, Vision Real Estate, Winston Ray Funeral Home, Yankton Medical Clinic, H&R Block, Elwood Family Dental Care. Thank you for listening to KYNT, Yankton's home team for Mount Marty University Athletics.